Tomorrow with a high of 83 and another clear night, low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
58 at O'Hare, 64 along the lakefront, 62 at Midway, and we're creeping ever so close to 50 in Aurora right now. Next news at 5:30, Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Heroes Talk Radio. Learn the secrets to planning a tax-free retirement income by listening to Heroes Talk Radio Saturday afternoons at 5.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Obama had said in April, this deal is not based on trust. It's based on unprecedented verification. When you see this kind of naivete and this kind of capitulation, you have to say to yourself that administration orders were a deal no matter what. The idea that if you oppose this, you favor a war, I think is preposterous.
Do you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey,
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term? You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'll be serious.
You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it?
Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive.
I'll use the word anchor baby.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, and sitting in for Amy this morning is
the lovely John Cass.
Well, I was going to give you a little bit more build-up than that because of world events, we're talking about someone who is likely to be the next Prime Minister of Greece.
Yes, if you would be my secret police.
I thought you were going to go like consultant. You want me to run the enforcement squads.
Right,
huh?
Of course.
You mean the kind of enforcement squads they need in Greece, like if you're over 50, you still have to work?
Before any of us who live in this state of Illinois or in this country, the United States of America, talk about other countries, let's remember this one thing. In Illinois, we don't care because we're just going to hell anyway. And in nationally, we have a thing called printing money. So as long as we can print money, it doesn't, how much does that protein bar that you eat?
I think Greece actually made a bond payment yesterday.
It's the revenge.
I think the first time they
it's
have
since
the Romans took over about 150 BC.
Very good, Dan.
Yeah.
Very good, Dan. A mark of an educated man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nature of Christianity from the beginning.
Thank you very much. So Greece isn't doing much better with this kind of representative form of government than we are. I got your point. It's a fair point. The big controversy yesterday that bubbled up to the surface is about the use of the term anchor baby. And I have to say, and it loathes me to say it, but even Sideshow Donald stumbles into an insight from time to time. And I think he has here, not necessarily on the term anchor baby. I don't know if that's a pejorative or not.
Of course it is.
But it's a description. It's a description of what people are actually doing,
exactly.
Right?
Which makes it good.
So, and frankly, I don't know if the media is more upset at the use of the term anchor baby or is it just the baby part? Because I know they won't refer to babies when they're talking about baby parts as it pertains to Planned Parenthood. So I'm not sure which offends them more. But Trump got into a bit of a row with who was the reporter? ABC reporter. Was it Matt Lamas? I don't remember his first name. Let's say it's Matt Lamas. It's fungible. So here's Trump. Tom Lamas is his name. Tom Lamas.
Is that Fernando's son?
Yeah. Good question. I'm not sure if they're related.
Fernando Lamas.
What was the show that he was in again? Where he played like a motorcycle renegade. You remember that?
Something like that. And then Gilbert Roland was his grandfather, kind of like doing the Grandpappy Amos.
Yeah.
Of the real McCoys, but.
I think we've stumbled off into a bizarre tangent. But so let's get back to Trump and Tom Lamas from ABC talking about the use of the term anchor baby. Oh, hold on.
Press the button.
No. Let's do it.
We asked Trump about a phrase he's using more and more, anchor babies, to describe children of undocumented immigrants born in the U.S. Trump says the parents have the child, so they're not deported.
That's an offensive term. People find that hurtful.
You mean it's not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it?
Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive.
I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Once again, the media and people like Mr. Lamas, who don't want to report the news but dictate the terms, help Donald Trump masquerade as a conservative and probably got him a few million votes.
There's no question, because it's about sticking it to the media. That's part of the Trump appeal. There's no question. I'm not going to be pushed around by some,
you little wimps.
Right, some functionary of ABC News who's all twisted up about the term anchor baby, which is used in common parlance. That doesn't mean it's correct. I don't know. It's not a. I don't.
That's what it's what happens. Okay.
Right.
And for let's say the last 100 years as an immigrant son, everybody coming here was thinking, if we could get to the United States and have our son here or daughter, but really they wanted sons, he too could be president of the United States.
Right. And the other thing about this is that it's not ethnicity specific.
No.
We talked about it from Europeans doing it and South America, Latinos from Central South America doing
Correct.
it. So it's everybody wants to come to America, and it turns out people across the globe want to come to America. What do you think?
Still, watch CNN, apparently.
How about those 200,000 Syrians in a UN camp on the Jordanian border? You think they'd like to come to America, fleeing Assad? So it's not ethnicity specific either. So I don't. The outrage by Tom Lamas seems to be misplaced. But Jeb got the same treatment. And listen to the difference in terms of the response that Jeb gave versus the response that one Sideshow Donald gave.
Did you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey, is that
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term?
I'm not. I'm asking you.
Okay. You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'm serious.
Governor.
Don't yell at me behiund my ear, though.
Sorry about that. Is that not bombastic language, anchor baby? Is that not bombastic?
No, it isn't. Give me another word.
The children of undocumented immigrants in the U.S.
That's like a 7. That's not another word. That's a 7.
A hard no question.
Here's the deal. What I said was it's commonly referred to that. That's what I said. I didn't use it as my own language. What we ought to do is the 14th. You want to get to the policy for a second? I think that people born in this country ought to be American citizens.
So, Jeb obviously doesn't favor repealing birthright citizenship, which is a fine position to take. But it's But it's how he gets there. The kind of, give me a better word and I'll use it. He pushes back a little bit, but he's still willing to be dictated to by the media because he started out that exchange with the media talking about kind of the bombastic language that's being used with respect to the immigration issue. He's obviously referring to Trump, though he didn't refer to him by name, and that it's hurtful to a lot of people, which is essentially what Tom Lamas repeats. And Jeb is willing to be backed down to some extent by the media. Give me another word, another phrase, and I'll use it.
The difference in style is Trump is a rare porterhouse steak, right, with a crust, juicy on the inside, red, you're hungry, and Bush is a pudding pop.
Or
kind of like a vanilla pudding pop.
Steak-em. You got a porterhouse steak and a steak-em.
I haven't heard. Yeah,
remember steak-ems?
And then he probably puts
weaned on steak-ems.
He probably puts bacos on his baked potato.
Mike on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Let me get this straight about the national press. They won't ask Hillary a question about the server or Benghazi. They won't ask Barack a legitimate question about the Iran deal, but now they're attack dogs against Republican candidates?
Yeah, figure it. That this.
Wait. Is that some kind of sea change, or is that just kind of the standard practice in the Washington press corps?
If it's a Democrat, they roll over and play dead, and if it's a Republican, they go into attack mode.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute,
Mike.
That's their job.
Thanks for the call,
Mikey, what about all the people when Daley was in office, and even sometimes Rahm? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, did you really mean to say that you want to borrow another $1 billion on top of the $500 million you can't pay back.
I'm not going to answer that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
don't get mad at me.
May I go now? May
Number
I leave?
one? Yeah, right.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather today in Chicagoland, abundant sunshine, pleasant and warmer, high 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. This weekend, pleasant with plenty of sun, high 83, low tomorrow night, 64. And on Sunday, partly sunny and breezy with a thunderstorm into the early afternoon, high 78, low Sunday night, 57. Now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonti.
Good Friday morning, Dan. Good morning, John Cass. Westbound Adams Tollway, it is shut down. Hampton area, this is mile marker 32.9, or about 33, west of Anthony Road. All lanes are closed on westbound I-90 due to a multi-vehicle crash. Inbound, there is a Gapers delay starting around Garden Prairie Road. The lanes are open eastbound. There's road work on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway again this morning. 2 left lanes are closed each way till 6 this morning. West side of Chicago, Cicero Avenue is closed at Lake Street. Investigation of an overnight shooting. Inbound Kennedy, the exit to eastbound Congress remains closed till August 31st. Additional closures kick in tonight at the Burn Circle of major traffic issues there, and a lot of festivals, sporting events are going on in the city this weekend, so plan accordingly. The CTA will have extra service, longer trains. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
At LifeQuotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At LifeQuotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com, or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA. Choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property. Criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Bropt and John Cass in for Amy this morning. And John, we were talking on the break. A young Mike Scott, our veteran newsman, remembers you as a middle-aged John Cass back when he was in the Chicago press pool trying to cover the likes of a Mayor Daley. Mike, your recollections of one John Cass?
We always would get whiffs of John Cass when Slim the Leg Man would bound up the steps. Turn your mic on, John. There you go.
Sorry, you liked the Armani suits in those days?
I did, yeah.
They were boss.
They were really good.
With
but
the
we
short
always
sleeve dress shirt?
Yeah, snappily
No.
dressed. You could hear the click of the heel coming down the hallway, but you always knew there was something up when Slim would show up, and then all of a sudden there would be this shout from the back of the press room as we were gathering. Daley's minions were up front, and are you guys not going to ask this question? Is this question not going to be asked again? And Fran Spielman would be busily in her notes. Fran was always 2 or 3 pages ahead of us. She would
ask.
She would ask.
Those were the reason I would yell like that is because I knew I was going to ask.
Right.
But I wanted to irritate Flannery, Shaw, and who was that big guy that used to scream a lot? Dick Kay. I wanted to irritate them because there's too many times when you'd see the air kisses, you know?
Yeah.
There were a lot of air kisses in those days.
Gary from the Tribune had at that point had his own agenda, and then there was Fran, who, again, was working 3 or 4 different angles way ahead of us. We were sort of following in the wake of all the news at this point.
So then, Mike, when did the Chicago Press Corps get together and have John Cass put in the soundproof booth so that no one could hear him yelling?
In the Joe Biden basement.
What folks don't know is there's the main press room, which is old. There's a little tiny radio room, and there's an even tinier radio room, and that's where I was, the closet. The Harry Potter closet.
Across the street?
No.
A little tiny closet.
No, there's a little tiny one right across from the main radio room, and that's where we tried to put John, but...
We also had a couch.
He cannot be contained.
Cannot be contained.
There's also a couch in there that no one would ever lie down on.
Why would you?
And
God only knows what's happening on that couch.
Let me tell you, one time when we got a new cable system, there was cable, channels that good boys don't watch, okay? and I turned it on because you couldn't see the picture, but you could hear all the moaning, okay? So whenever it was a council day, like city council day, I would turn it up as loud. Yeah, baby.
Nice
very
music.
Very wide.
We have those same channels here.
And I'd turn it up as loud as possible, so when the aldermen were walking down to the council chamber, they would hear the moaning.
And you would say those are taxpayers?
I just thought it was like a salute to the elected officials.
All right, we're talking about immigration. Trump and Jeb Bush dealing with the issue of whether anchor baby is an offensive term that hurts people. And then there's this story. And this is the kind of stuff, the kind of over-the-top reporting that generates just more support for the Donald the same way that the media attacking him does. A Trump-inspired hate crime in Boston. This comes from The Atlantic. Of course it does. Police in Boston say that one of 2 brothers who allegedly beat a homeless Hispanic man cited Trump's message on immigration as a motivation for their attack. Quote, Donald Trump was right. All these illegals need to be deported. Scott Leader, 38, told officers, according to a police report cited by the Boston Globe. Leader and his brother Steve were arrested and charged with multiple assault charges after police say they urinated on and then assaulted a 58-year-old homeless man they found sleeping outside a train station as they walked home from a Red Sox game. Well, that's just Red Sox fans. That has nothing to do with politics.
Did they test their blood alcohol level?
Yeah,
because would you take that as testimony if a guy was ripped?
Yeah, I mean, of course the predictable response.
Globe, by the way, the boss of Globe, of course.
Yes, Hector Sanchez, the chairman of the National Hispanic Leadership Agenda.
Okay.
It's a pattern that we've seen over the last decade in the nation with enforcement only policies against this anti-immigrant rhetoric. I was not surprised. Trump statements, which have been laughed off as clownish in some quarters, are taken far more seriously in our community. When Trump is having this kind of anti-Latino, anti-immigrant language, he's not only a clown talking in general, he's a language his language has a direct impact in the quality of life of Latinos. I think
is that Louis Gutierrez talking?
It might as well be.
But at least he paid his property tax. Right?
That is a bit of a reach, don't you think?
Why did
a couple of hooligans, questionable sobriety,
Red Sox
invoke Trump to engage in terrible conduct, and that's Trump's responsibility. I agree that he's a witless ape. I've said that from the beginning, borrowing from Kevin Williamson, and I am not a Trump fan, but blaming him when a couple of goofballs, a couple of thugs in Boston assault someone, come on.
Hey, if you blow up a federal building, can't you blame Republican or conservative talk radio? I think the President of the United States did that.
Yeah.
But what is that about? What does that mean?
What is
the that kind of style, that business of taking something and taking an act and applying it to your political opponents and getting away with it.
Yes, it's sophistry, it's demagoguery, it's
and it works.
Straw man arguments. It's right. Here's Ed in Oak Brook. Hey, Ed.
Yeah, you can call that the liberal media. But anyway, I want to just say how the liberal media has taken the term anchor baby and trying to make it like it's my fault without regarding the insult to me for just coming over here, having a baby, and then I got to pay for everything. The phone, the diapers, the whole birth process. You think any of them are paying for any of that? And they're trying to say that because we say anchor baby, we're the bad guys? I just don't get it. When you get these politicians or these intermediate people, what's the benefit of having allowing someone to come in here and have a baby and then making a decision? What is the benefit to the country?
No
one ever talks about that.
Thanks for the call. It's not a benefit to the country. It's a benefit to the Democrat Party.
You mean it's not politically correct?
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter-paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, and sitting in for Amy this morning is Tribune columnist John Cass. Coming up at 5:37. Speaking of the Washington Press Corps, why aren't they asking President Obama about the conduct of his former Secretary of State? We'll have the answer after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, good morning. 62 degrees. 2 13-year-old girls from a Milwaukee suburb scheduled for a very brief court appearance this morning. They will enter pleas in a stabbing case you may recall related to that fictional horror character Slender Man. The girls are accused of luring their friend into the woods to stab her as a so-called sacrifice. She did survive. Police are giving few details about shots fired into a home that killed a 9-year-old Ferguson, Missouri girl. Police say they don't know if the shots were fired from a car or someone standing outside, or whether the girl was specifically targeted. More than a week after a massive warehouse explosion killed 114 in Tianjin, China, technicians are detecting cyanide levels as much as 365 times the national safe average in that evacuated area. Republican presidential candidate Jeb Bush being criticized by media members for calling U.S.-born children of illegal immigrants anchor babies.
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No. Do you have a better term?
I'm not. I'm asking you.
Okay.
A lot of folks
you
find
give me a better term, and I'll use it. I'm serious.
Bush made the comment during a radio interview while discussing Donald Trump's call to win the policy of granting citizenship to anyone born in the United States. And candidate Rick Santorum is trying to grab some of the immigration spotlight, speaking yesterday at the National Press Club.
It has served as a catalyst to economic stagnation, soaring government spending, and lawlessness that threatens our personal and national security.
Santorum arguing much of the problem of illegal immigration could be solved by enforcing existing law. Former President Jimmy Carter says the cancer that was uncovered in his liver has spread to his brain.
There were 4 spots of melanoma on my brain. I'll get my first radiation treatment for the melanoma in my brain this afternoon.
He says he'll undergo 4 radiation treatments at 3-week intervals. A Cook County jury decides that accused cop killer Marcus Floyd is fit to stand trial, despite claims of amnesia. Closing arguments in Michael Jordan's lawsuit over Dominic's grocery store's unauthorized use of his image were postponed until later this morning. And Secretary of State Jesse White will be leaving office when his current term is up. The longtime official announcing yesterday he will not be seeking re-election for a 6th time. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. Rizzo and Russell with home runs. White Sox over the Angels 8-2. Jose Quintana allowing 2 runs and 8 hits over 6 innings of work. 5:34. Time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The 1-year anniversary of what? A young thug got shot and killed.
The Joe Walsh Show.
A year later, we're honoring him. A year later, Ferguson again is burning. Ferguson is looting, shooting at police officers. We've learned nothing. We've learned absolutely nothing in a year.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
B-Dubs has done it again with their new Angry Orchard Fiery Applesauce. It's got heat that builds with delicious kicks of apple and cinnamon. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
5:36 in Chicago. The news, a service of Stand Up to Cancer. Now a check of the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Adams Tollway westbound, west of Anthony Road. 2 right lanes are blocked for the crash, which at one point had everything shut down westbound. Eastbound, there are delays from the McHenry-Boone County line to around Anthony Road. Some gapers, and there's been overnight road work, actually bridge work in that area. See mild delays now on the inbound Bishop Ford, the inbound Rhine. West side of Chicago, Cicero is closed at Lake Street after an overnight shooting. Major work happens at the Burn Circle this weekend. The ramp from the inbound Kennedy to eastbound Congress is closed. Tonight, the inbound Eisenhower closes at the Circle. Traffic is forced onto the Kennedy and the Rhine. Saturday night into Sunday morning, the Kennedy and the Rhine will be down to 1 lane in each direction. Traffic is a service of Think It Up. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort. a tradition of excellence since 1935. Abundant sunshine in your forecast for today. A pleasant day ahead, too. Warmer, high 82. 58 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and our special guest, Chicago Tribune Page 2 columnist John Cass, continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
Dan Proft and John Cass, Chicago Tribune Page 2 columnist, sitting in for Amy this morning. And John, interesting piece in the Washington Free Beacon. We're going to talk to Bill Gertz at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, as a national security expert. But this piece, Hillary and 2 aides appeared to have violated 2 national security laws by sending classified information on a private email server. That's according to a former Army counterintelligence agent and investigator for a public interest law group. This is Judicial Watch, of course, which is the de facto Department of Justice in the Obama administration, since we don't have one effectively. And specific citations. We talked to Catherine Harris from Fox News Channel yesterday. She had a specific citation. It's the same one, 18 U.S.C. Section 1924, which outlaws the unauthorized removal and storage of classified information. Penalties include fines, imprisonment for up to a year. The other federal statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 793, a more serious felony statute. The law covers national defense information and people who misuse it to injure the United States or benefit a foreign power. Those convicted of violating that statute face fines and up to 10 years in prison. So people, well, what laws did she violate? Well, those 2, perhaps others. In addition to that, given that backdrop, where is the Washington Press Corps peppering Jay Carney's replacement there, Josh Earnest, and the President of the United States about the conduct of his Secretary of State trafficking in state secrets, and according to many in the intelligence community, none of whom are rallying to Hillary's defense?
None.
Right.
So why aren't they?
Where are the questions?
Why is the mob of reporters hassling the president the way some are hassling Trump and Jeb over Anchor Baby? I can't tell you, except maybe they don't want to bother him, while he's on vacation or something. And the second thing is, how do you get that classified information out to Hillary's BlackBerry or server? There are several layers of security and secrecy. You don't just take a thumb drive or those little cables. You can't do that off the kind of hardware where you're looking at satellite imagery about Benghazi. You don't get to take that and just copy it and paste it onto your personal email. That doesn't work in the Pentagon or anywhere else in any secure location anywhere around the globe in terms of the secure network that diplomats use. So how do you get it from that screen to Hillary's screen?
Yeah, and to that point,
nobody can tell me.
Well, we'll see if Bill Gertz can tell us at the top of the 8. But to that point, after our Harridge interview yesterday, our interview with Catherine Harridge from Fox News Channel, I got a good email from a listener, Ray Cohn, who asked the question, who prompted the question that needs to be asked. She continues to say that she didn't send or receive classified material. And so the question is, well, what email system did you use? If you weren't using the secure network, the government network, and you had this private server, so the question is, what email system did she use to receive the classified material?
And how did she get it, which is what I asked you.
Right.
How did she get it? There's that stuff, when we had Catherine on yesterday, I went and looked as she was talking, and I read the email that she referenced, and I couldn't believe, I can't believe that a political hack, Hamama Abed, whatever.
Mrs. Carlos Danger.
But what is Carlos?
Misdemeanor Wiener.
Yes, Wiener. Anthony Weiner's wife or former wife. I don't know.
No, they're married. They're working it out.
They're still working.
Yeah.
This whole thing's ridiculous. But see, it's not just about what the definition of national security is. The issue is this is the people's business. This is no longer, it's the Clintons. He had sex and she put turtles on fence posts. That's not the issue anymore. The issue is that this is the people's business about national security, and that's why she's fumbling and collapsing, and that's why the Democrats are freaking out and they're trying to find a replacement.
Well, yes, and yesterday it was reported that an Obama political flack has joined the draft Joe Biden movement.
You've been in politics a long time. Do you believe in coincidences in politics? I tend not to.
Sometimes, not that kind of coincidence. Right. The problem is, though, this whole kind of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's going to run. So what?
Yeah.
So what if he runs? Joe Biden is Hillary. That you have the same thing going on the left to a certain extent that you have going on the right. This is what is booing Bernie Sanders. Joe Biden would have to triple his current standing to get to Bernie Sanders levels, much less Hillary levels in this race. And he is distinguishable from Hillary. How exactly?
Hair plugs?
Well, that's yeah.
They're also playing this whole
those veneers.
Joe Biden's son, God forbid, right? I mean, I feel sorry for him that he lost his son. But I've heard reporters discuss it in the context of this would be good for Joe, right, to get through this, and maybe this would help him.
Well, look,
but you know what, though? We're not therapy. I'm not I don't want to be your therapy, my friend. This is the presidency of the United States.
Well, Joe Biden is not going to be president of the United States. He's not going to be the Democrat nominee. But it's very interesting to watch because to some extent it reminds me a lot of the Illinois Republican Party over the last 20 years, which is
where Cellini says something at the Sangamo Club and they all run around doing his bidding.
Well, not in that sense, although that's another sense, but in the waiting for Godot. Right, it's we need where's the white knight that's going to come in and save us from ourselves, and the bad candidates that are kind of next in line that we're all kind of rallying around or at least tolerating as the next sacrificial lamb. I mean, at least until Ronner came along, that was the protocol. It's we just can't get anybody good to run. Maybe we could maybe we could break Jim Edgar out of the emergency glass and run him again. I mean, that literally was going on. Jim Edgar.
Yes.
Jim Edgar
who kicked the can down the road, who could have been easily indicted in MSI in the scandal. I mean, he was on the edge of going down, and now he's the guy in the white horse.
Well, I mean, but the interesting thing, just to show you, and this is what's happened to the Democrat Party that has no bench. They may have this kind of radicalized grassroots that's a young, diverse demographic, but they have no bench in terms of candidates that can channel that into some productive place. So Edgar doesn't seek re-election in 1998. As late as 2010, the governor's race, I remember because I was in it, they were talking about, well, maybe we can get Jim Edgar to run. 12 years later, all of these statewide elections, governor, U.S. Senate, it was Jim Edgar. 12 years later, and you have the same thing with Hillary Clinton. Think about this. Hillary Clinton left in 2000.
Yeah.
It's 15 years later, and the best the Democrats can come up with is a even more hobbled Hillary Clinton than when she left the White House with the silverware.
Don't count, and that hasn't really been explained, or destroying the keyboards. But don't count your chickens, though, because here's
Jeremiah,
why. Right? I think that if I were the Republican strategist, I would worry about Elizabeth Warren. I know it's late. But it seems to be like positioning for Warren to come to the rescue.
Well, Warren should.
And I loathe her policies, but I can tell you she's going to be a good candidate.
Well, she must be kicking herself right now because if she got into this race in April, she would be the front runner right now. I mean, if a lot of people, including me on this show, predicted, I thought she was going to run, and I thought she was going to be the nominee.
Yeah, me too.
Now, can she still do that in September? I think it's a little bit more dicey, but with this vacuum, politics, like power, which is what politics is, hates a vacuum. So Joe Biden is not going to be the guy the person that fills that vacuum. Elizabeth Warren, possibly.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather today in Chicago, sunshine, pleasant, warmer, high 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. Now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan and John. Good morning. Adams Tollway eastbound stop and go from the Boone County, McHenry County line to around Anthony Road. This is due to some overnight bridge work westbound west of Anthony. An earlier crash now has only the left lane blocked. Inbound Bishop Ford, about a 2-minute delay from 103rd to the Ryan. The Ryan has a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson to the Burns Circle, where heavy road work is scheduled this weekend. The ramp from the inbound Kennedy to eastbound Congress is already closed. The inbound Ike closes at the Circle at 10 tonight. Westbound Congress closes at the Circle tomorrow morning. And in both directions, the Kennedy and the Rhine will be down to one lane through downtown from Saturday night to Sunday morning. You'll also have heavy traffic in Olympia Fields, the U.S. Amateur Golf Championships going on. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can see a long-form interview I did with one John Cass, Chicago Tribune columnist. And with each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
Our family had a savings account until our air conditioner needed replacing.
We had a vacation fund before our refrigerator had a meltdown.
My family has no savings and our water heater just quit.
Sadly, sometimes it only takes one home system or appliance breakdown to bust your budget. But buying a home warranty from American Home Shield protects more of your hard-earned money because they help pay your covered repairs for you. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com or call 1-800-552-2216. Who wants to pour money into repairs for things like your air conditioner, refrigerator, plumbing, oven, or washer when you get the budget protection you deserve from American Home Shield? It's up to you. Pay for expensive home system and appliance repairs yourself, or let AHS help pay covered repairs for you. Protect more of your hard-earned money. For valuable free information, including terms, rates, and coverage, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com. Or call 1-800-552-2216. 1-800-552-2216.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Prof, John Cass, sitting in for Amy this morning. And John, we're spending a lot of time talking about the media. The media in Chicago, the media in Washington, D.C. It seems like the Chicago press corps model, like the Chicago governance model, was exported to D.C. and scaled. And then we have this story. 16 journalists accept Planned Parenthood awards.
What?
16 journalists accept awards from Planned Parenthood. the ghouls at Planned Parenthood. This is, against the backdrop of those 7 videos that we've discussed on this show. 7 videos out, 5 more to come. They represent the following outlets. This is from newsbusters.org, Media Research Center, BuzzFeed, colorlines.com, whatever that is, Cosmo, Ebony, Elle, Esquire, Mike, MSNBC,
whatever,
Pearl of Africa documentary, Salon, of course, Teen Vogue, that's encouraging, The Nation, Upworthy, Vice, Yahoo Health, and In Style.
So, in other words, not real journalists, but people who pretend to be journalists.
Well, yeah.
Right? I mean, I don't see anybody on the New York Times, the Tribune, the Washington Post accepting an award from that group any more than I could see them accepting an award from the Federalist Society, although they never would get one.
Oh, yeah, they never have to worry about that. Well, yeah, but you don't think there are those at the Post and the Times and that would accept these awards? I'm sure if we went back and looked at all the Margaret Sanger Award winners, like one Hillary Clinton, we would find journalists from the major outlets, that are perceived to be journalists, even if that may be a dubious description.
It's sad.
Well, here's the other thing that's sad about this, too. Think about some of these. Cosmo, Ebony, Esquire, Teen Vogue. These are culture magazines. And
Teen Vogue, why don't they get the Jared Award then? You know what I mean? These magazines, Cosmo. I remember when my the boys were like 10 or 12, and I'm in the line. I bought some, Betty said, get some eggs and bacon or something. I took the boys with me. And I forgot what the magazines were, at the checkout.
Mm-hmm.
Like how to have a better sex, how to have the big O, all that stuff. And they're literate, right?
So apparently you haven't forgotten those magazines.
And they're reading, they're like, Dad, what does this mean? At the checkout counter.
Right.
Kids get brutalized by culture all the time.
Well, that's right, but it's trying to make something that is horrific cool. And that's
in this case,
that's what this is.
They're trying to make murder nice.
But that's what the left understands, that you drive culture and then you get all the laws and the programs you want.
Why does the right not understand that?
Because we're afraid. Well, we're not afraid, but many on the right are afraid.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Hey guys, if you're into fantasy football, you've got to check out FanDuel.com. At FanDuel, you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues for real money with immediate cash payouts. You only play when you want, and you can change your team any week. FanDuel's paying out over $75 million a week this season. Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com and enter the promo code 4422. That's FanDuel.com. Promo code 4422.
Have you ever questioned whether your money is in the right place or thought that maybe you should be doing something different? Tune in Sunday mornings at 10 to In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos, founder and CEO of Wealth Management Group, LLC, right here on AM 560, The Answer. Visit them online at investwithwmg.com. That's investwithwmg.com.
Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro, all live on the same night, same stage. Presented by Grand Victoria Casino. Saturday, August 22nd at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin and Festival Park. Get tickets now at gvctickets.com. Don't miss Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. Part of GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Who is the con of Illinois? Chicago Tribune columnist John Cass tells us at 6:06. But now let's go to Mike Scott in the newsroom with a check of the headlines.
Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Work on the Circle interchange change will bring massive closures over the weekend. Jesse White says no more. He'll not seek re-election, and a longtime TV weatherman dies. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A judge orders action in the Hillary Clinton email probe. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
A federal judge here in D.C. directed the State Department to work with the FBI to determine if any of the former Secretary of State's old emails can be recovered from her private server. The order came during a hearing that was part of a Freedom of Information lawsuit filed by the conservative group Judicial Watch. During the hearing, U.S. District Judge Emmett Sullivan said, "We wouldn't be here today if this employee," referring to Clinton, "had followed government policy." The Democratic White House hopefuls maintained she did nothing wrong by using a private email system. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. More than 100 uncontrolled large wildfires burning in 15 states. An entire county in Washington state on alert.
The dry, very windy conditions have created very unpredictable fire behavior, and evacuation orders grow and change with the direction of the flames.
Fox Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. Resources stretched so thin, crews have been called in from Canada. North Korea's leader makes a move in ramped-up tensions with South Korea. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen with this live.
Lisa, Kim Jong-un has put troops on a war footing, according to state TV news. In this broadcast, North Korea threatening the South with military action tomorrow if it doesn't stop broadcasting anti-Kim propaganda from loudspeakers set up close to the border. A South Korean military official saying those broadcasts will continue. Tensions escalated yesterday with both sides firing artillery across the border, although there have been no reports of casualties or damage. Lisa?
Simon, U.S. government and military workers under scrutiny after a second, even larger data dump by the hackers targeting adultery website Ashley Madison. Some federal employees accused of accessing the site at work. One account reportedly belonging to a Homeland Security employee in that agency's hacking division. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
59 degrees, clear skies. 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Two 13-year-old girls from a suburb of Milwaukee are scheduled for a brief court appearance today to enter pleas in the stabbing case related to that fictional horror character, Slender Man. The girls are accused of luring their friend into the woods to stab her. The teens are being tried as adults. They could face long prison terms. A Cook County jury is deciding that accused cop killer Marcus Floyd is fit to stand trial, despite claims of amnesia. Floyd is accused in the murder and death of Officer Thomas Wortham while trying to steal his motorcycle in 2010. Mayor Rahm Emanuel seems to be setting the stage for the city's first ever garbage collection fee. From Chicago City Hall, here's AM 560's David Stewart.
The city needs about $750 million to balance its budget and to start to stabilize its pensions. Higher taxes and new fees are almost inevitable, but Mayor Emanuel right now is concentrating on showing that he's doing his due diligence, making all the spending cuts possible, he says $106 million so far, before asking for new taxes. The unanswered question is how much this garbage collection fee would be for single-family homes and small apartment buildings. Emanuel's quick to point out, though, that the idea for a garbage fee was among the dozens of budget suggestions coming from the aldermen. David Stewart, Chicago.
This morning, a group of people are facing charges after authorities raided a suspected illegal gambling ring in Naperville. Police say law enforcement teams executed a search warrant at a business in the 1100 block of East Ogden Avenue. The bust follows 5 months of investigation. 13 were arrested. Skokie Health Department is confirming a human case of West Nile. Health officials say a woman in that north suburb was hospitalized recently with the virus. People are being urged there to protect themselves against mosquito bites. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. Anthony Rizzo and Addison Russell with home runs. White Sox over the Angels 8-2. And the news is a service of Stand Up to Cancer. 6:04 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity believes Hillary is in hot water.
Her campaign is now in peril. Her life outside of jail could be in jeopardy when all is said and done here. This is not a minor political controversy that's just going to go away in a few days. This is a bombshell. And I'll tell you right now, too, that I promise you this is only the tip of a very large iceberg.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten. But it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit, from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
6:05, let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Adams Tollway, traffic is stop and go from the Boone-McHenry County line to around Anthony Road after some overnight bridge work. There was a westbound crash. It's gone now. The other tollways are good. Edens, Kennedy, still delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, little slowing past Manheim. Inbound Stevenson has a 3 or 4 minute delay from Central to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan, really slow going from Pershing into the Burn Circle. It's 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. There will be major work at the Circle this weekend. The ramp from the inbound Kennedy to eastbound Congress is closed. Tonight, the inbound Eisenhower closes at the Circle with traffic going to the Kennedy and the Ryan. And Saturday night into Sunday, the Kennedy and the Ryan will be down to 1 lane in each direction. There's also going to be CTA Brown Line work. The Brown Line trains will run via the subway and the Red Line. Traffic service of the Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5, he lost his foot. Today is the world's fastest amputee. He runs 100 meters in less time than it takes to listen to this. Overcoming, pass it on, from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A full day of sunshine today with a high of 82, clear night, low 61. Then another full day of sunshine tomorrow with a high 83 and a clear night with a low 64. A shower or thunderstorm around for Sunday, high 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, 58 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and our special guest, Chicago Tribune Page 2 columnist John Cass, continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Obama had said in April, this deal is not based on trust. It's based on unprecedented verification. When you see this kind of naivete and this kind of capitulation, you have to say to yourself that administration orders were a deal no matter what. The idea that if you oppose this, you favor war, I think is preposterous.
Do you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey,
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term? You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'll be serious.
You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it? Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive. I'll use the word anchor baby.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft and John Cass.
Good morning, Dan.
Tribune columnist sitting in for Amy. Thanks for joining us, John. And John, you wrote a piece in the Tribune today, your column, that talks about the con of Illinois. And I like a good Ricardo Montalban reference as much as the next guy. I would have gone with the Vincent Ludwig of Illinois. Remember Naked Gun?
Yeah. But I think con is appropriate because he sits out there. He's the ruler of a wasteland.
Who is the con of Illinois?
Mike Madigan is the boss of Illinois. Illinois used to be the place when my parents came here and others, they'd come here from around the world. You know why? They wanted to work. If you couldn't work in Chicago, you couldn't find a job anywhere. Now, who could find a job? Manufacturing, all the other industries leaving the state, businesses destroyed. Why? Because more than maybe 187 or $200 billion worth of pension debt. The state is drowning in red ink, and the leading Democrats have just taken away a tool from the governor, which would allow him to enforce a lockout in negotiating with unions.
Well, it's an interesting
and go
stat.
instead with arbitrators, and they've got the arbitrators.
Right. It's a bit of a kangaroo court, which is the story of Illinois more generally. It's an interesting stat just in terms of Mike Madigan's tenure as the longest-serving state house speaker in the history of our country. So during his 30-year-plus reign of terror, only Ohio and Michigan, more than 3 decades during that time, only Ohio and Michigan have created fewer jobs than Illinois. So the idea of Illinois, we're recovering slow from the 2008 recession. This is because of Blagojevich. It's because of the Blagojevich and George Ryan. This is a recent phenomenon. No, what's actually happened, it's been a long, slow, steady decline that has just increased in pace over the last decade, or over the last 5 years in particular.
So how would you take Mike Madigan out? The premise of the column, calling him the con, he sits on a throne of skulls, etc. But how do you take him out? Because he's impervious to rhetoric. He doesn't care what you say about him or what I say about him. I could give him send truckloads of Lucky Charms to his office, and he would eat them and laugh. So how would you take him out? The premise of the column is there are weak candidates or Democrats in the state legislature that can be touched, that Rauner did well against when he ran against Quinn. And I would think that if the governor's serious about doing battle, it wouldn't be making some weak television commercials about Madigan. It would be to take him on in the districts.
That's right. We talked about this on Sunday show that we do at the Illinois Policy Institute called Illinois Rising last week about these districts you referenced. There are 20 state house districts and 10 state senate districts in Illinois throughout the state, but that Bruce Rauner won in November that are currently occupied by Democrats who are beholden to Madigan in the House and John Cullerton in the Senate.
His mini-me.
Right. That's right. And that's really small because, these are Shetland people.
They're shorter than I am.
Madigan,
both of them.
What is the deal with that? You're a long-time observer. Why are all these Democrat
short
bosses Daley, Rahm, Madigan, Cullerton, they're Cornish people. What is up with that? It should come with like a side of asparagus.
So, okay, I don't know if Michelle Mussman from Schaumburg, the state rep, is a Cornish at all. But I remember speaking to her when she ran for office, and she said when she got through the primary, "Hey, John, I am an independent. You can't say I'm a Madigan toady." And I said, "You will vote for him for speaker and just admit it." And she's like, "No, I'm independent." And then I said, "Well, call me after the election, after you vote for him." I'm still waiting for a call.
That's not fair. Michelle Mussman isn't just beholden to Mike Madigan. She's also beholden to the public sector unions. So, please give the complete picture.
Okay.
She's beholden to the public the financiers of Mike Madigan, which are the public sector unions.
Aren't the people in Schaumburg, the people in Grayslake, Villa Park, Lincolnshire, Des Plaines, aren't they tired of? I mean, can they? These are people that call in this show, that call me, these constituents, and say, "Hey, I can't take any more. I cannot take any more taxes. I'm sick of Boss Madigan." Are they going to take it?
Well, that's the thing. That's the question. We talked about this in a little interview that we did for our website, Upstream Ideas. That's upstream-ideas.com. It was about a 45-minute interview, wide-ranging, so you can take it in small doses. But just to give a little flavor of the conversation we had that I think is relevant here, here's what you had to say about Chicagoans, and that applies, I think, to Illinois more generally.
Eric Hoffer. He was a longshoreman. And he was a longshoreman.
Thank you. Theory of mass movements. He said, look, people will continue to vote the status quo with the exception of two things. Here's the only way you get a popular revolt. If people believe that things can improve and people believe they're in charge of their own destiny. And is it the case that people know all the things you're describing, but they don't think things can improve, at least not at their hands, because they don't think they're in control of their own future? And so they're content to re-elect Rahm Emanuel. They're content to re-elect most of the trained SEALs on the city council?
I don't think that they feel that they're in control of their own destiny. And I think they've been trained, the people of Chicago have been trained over decades, right, to think in terms of the strong man, the great man, the one that will pull all these levers and make magic.
Yeah, so that's it. So that's the question is, are people so hopeless, effectively, that they say, I can either stay here
and starve like the kulaks,
or figure out a way into the kleptocracy where I can get my special deal, my waiver, or do I just do what, 1.5 million people net have done over the last 15 years?
Leave.
Yeah, Indiana, Tennessee, Texas, Florida, etc.
A note about that interview, and I don't mean to embarrass you here, but
oh no,
my
pants were on. I wore pants to that interview.
Relax, okay.
All right.
I've been interviewed a few times, and I have not, except for perhaps Milt Rosenberg, I have never had as good an interview in the sense that we were getting to things that were really important that you can't get to in 8-minute segments, and I wanted to thank you for that, because the one part that I really liked that we just played was the nature of corruption, that was really the sin of this machine, this Democratic machine, and the Republican combine boys that help it out, is that they corrupt the people. They get the people to think in terms of corruption as a way of winning a victory.
Well, thank you. I was hopped up on a Romeo and Juliet number 2.
I enjoyed mine as well.
Yeah, well, they won't let me.
Like the sports writers on TV.
I've tried. They won't let me smoke in studio, and I've told them I'd be so much better if they let me smoke. So that's still pending. But that's really it, isn't it? The point that you make. And it's an important one, that your government isn't just corrupt. Your government turns around and corrupts you because it forces you to play this game of, it doesn't matter if you provide the best service or the best product. It matters who has the most substantial clout.
And when you think about it, that's the brilliance of our founders, the founders of this country, because they were men in the real world who understood real human beings. And they knew what happens as a result of a large government overreach and factions and so forth. So they understood human nature, which is why they wanted to separate government, make it less efficient. And instead, what we've done in Illinois is create this Khan of Madaganistan and his little mini-me. And we've had Republican enablers like that horse, what's his name, Jim Edgar with the cartoon jaw. And these people have basically helped corrupt, and Jim Thompson, the elf, like a Men in Tights, I could just imagine him, and all these people helping corrupt the people of Illinois.
So the Khan, Khan, runs the Khans, Con, right? Is that?
I get it. It's kind of. It's almost alliterative, like a poet.
Yeah, a bit of a homonym there.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a real-world example of this in the headlines yesterday that lead in the Tribune today. Redflex.
Oh.
The CEO of Redflex, which is the company that got the first red light camera contract with the city of Chicago, pleads guilty to a $2 million bribery scheme. And this is what we're talking about.
Madigan's boy, Mr. Bills, was right in the middle of all that, right?
Right. Well, that's the
with
point.
With Rahm and everybody.
Well, and who's handing out the contract? Mayor Daley. He's completely oblivious to everything that's going on. The contracts of that size, he doesn't know what's going on.
Don't worry. Don't ask him anything.
Right. I understand.
He can't testify. He was ill. This is what the media, the so-called strong, tough media, did. Oh, he's really ill, but he can make huge deals with China and Chinese investors over at Gibson's. Enjoy yourselves for lunch on the second floor. I know what you do.
Well, to be fair, I mean the red light cameras were Daniel Burnham's idea, like Millennium Park. That's the day. I mean, I thought
it was George Bush's idea.
It's laughable, but they get away with it, and that feeds the hopelessness. And then, unfortunately, a lot of Republicans feed the hopelessness too. Say, "Oh, Madigan's this mythological."
We want to make a deal with him.
Well,
but
that's part of it. But then also this, he's this mythical figure. He's 80 feet tall and he breathes fire. You know what he
Smog.
is? He's right. He's the desolation of Madigan. But he's a pipsqueak property tax appeals attorney. That's all he is.
Right.
They're
terrified of him.
There's 1,000 guys like him.
No, they're not. There's 3.
Well,
2 of them are Madigan and Burke. And you know what?
Yes,
I talked to a couple aldermen today. There have been attempts by some aldermen, notably progressives, people that maybe some listeners would deride as too liberal, but they make a point. The city council should be looking at these huge downtown property tax breaks and seeing how much money the city of Chicago and the taxpayers are losing because of things like this or TIFs.
Yes, but here's my point. That's a fair point, but here's my point on Madigan.
Yeah.
There are thousands of guys like him just in terms of his profile. Here's where he separates, which is the idea that he is cutthroat, he's a street fighter, he's smart, he's disciplined, and he works diligently. So,
you forgot one thing. And he helped elect the Cook County assessor, Joe Barrios, who's also the Cook County chairman, and he helps elect every judge, and he helps elect the Cook County Board of Tax Appeals.
Yes, but fundamentally, I understand all the palookas around him that he installs in these sinecures.
Leverage.
I understand, but at the center of all this is your Khan.
Yeah.
At the center of it is Khan, and Khan is not this mythological figure. If the Republican Party and the leadership of the Republican Party, such as it is, had a little bit more of those qualities, and there's a lot of talented people around the Republican Party that just don't happen to be in leadership, if they were a little bit smarter and a little bit more disciplined and a little bit more diligent and at the foundation of it all, a little bit more courageous, there's no reason why we would have to be ruled by Khan. Those races that we talked about at the outset of this segment, 20 in the House, 10 in the Senate, that would flip control of both chambers. You don't even need the full 20. You do need the full 10. But that would flip control of
don't you think there could be a challenge given the suburban Cook County tax issues? There could be a legitimate challenge to Barrios?
Yes. Well, sure there could. And the point is that these races, most of the races, at least the legislative races we're talking about, these are not races that the Republican candidates, the good ones, are losing 98-2.
No.
They're losing by 100 votes, 200 votes, 500 votes, 700 votes. You don't need to flip that many people to substantially move the balance of power in Springfield. So if the Republican Party could, kind of grow a bit of a spine and stop purveying the same hopelessness that feeds Madigan, maybe you start winning some of these particularly suburban districts. The Republican Party is the suburban party again, and that's the only path for the Republican Party to be the majority party in Illinois and to get rid of Madigan and Cullerton.
But that's why I wrote the column in today's Tribune. I hope you guys, I hope you read it if you're listening, because these three elements, you have to challenge Madigan with a great candidate in his home district. You have to force him to keep people at home. Then you have to pay money. I'm saying $10 million maybe. Pay money and have these people out in the suburbs with direct mail hitting their neighborhoods. That forces him to spread his resources. And somebody's got to find Millie Santiago, I know it's a long shot, and say, look, Joe Barrios could be beat.
I'm not wearing any pants. Film at 11.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather today, abundant sunshine, pleasant and warmer, high 82, clear and low of 61 tonight. Now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan and John. Well, traffic in Madaganistan isn't too bad this morning in most places. It's lighter than usual, except on the inbound Ryan. It's really jammed, 47th into the Burn Circle. 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. You have delays on the eastbound Adams Tollway northwest of Chicago. From around the Boone-McHenry County line to Anthony Road, there was earlier road work and an earlier westbound crash. This weekend, the Burn Circle figures to be a mess. The inbound Kennedy ramp to eastbound Congress is closed now. Tonight, the inbound Eisenhower closes at the Circle, followed by westbound Congress tomorrow morning. The traffic is forced to the Kennedy and the Ryan, which will each be down to one lane each way between Ohio and 18th, Saturday night into Sunday morning. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Do you ever wake up and say, gosh, I wish this bag under my eye would simply go away? Well, if that's you, listen up. You are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, men and women. Until now, introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology. They actually use the plant stems from a Swiss apple, and it's from Chamonix. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and those small, nasty, pesky lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, but I use it too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
At LifeQuotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At LifeQuotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At lifequotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit lifequotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. Lifequotes.com or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
If you've been thinking about sending your child to a private school, now is the time to act. Don't start another school year wishing you made a different decision about your child's education. You can make that decision for half the price of regular tuition if you visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. It's real simple. Go to their website, halfpriceschools.com. Find a school near you. There's locations all across the Chicago area, including Palatine, Arlington Heights, Naperville, Elgin, Kankakee, Chicago. But don't delay. Your child will be heading back to school soon. Are you sending him or her to the best schools? If not, visit halfpriceschools.com. That's halfpriceschools.com.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Coming up, another prominent Democrat goes south on the president when it comes to his Iranian surrender deal. J.B. Pritzker goes south on the president. What would Penny say? We'll have that story at 6:36, but now let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, good morning. 63 degrees, sunrise in Chicago. A senior military officer in North Korea has held rare emergency situation briefings for military attachés in Pyongyang. The North has given South Korea until 5 North Korean time Saturday to stop anti-Pyongyang propaganda broadcasts across the DMZ. Both countries exchanged artillery fire yesterday. Special police forces in Macedonia firing stun grenades this morning to clear out thousands of migrants stuck in a no-man's land with Greece. Yesterday, Macedonia declared a state of emergency on its borders to deal with a massive influx of migrants heading north to the European Union. Sheriff's deputy in Central Florida this morning is in very critical condition, shot while serving a search warrant on a home in Port St. John. Fire crews are dealing with volatile weather conditions around some of the most dangerous wildfires in decades. Personnel battling the flames are on even higher alert after 3 crew members were killed. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal with the latest.
The U.S. Forest Service chief said investigators were looking into how 3 firefighters died. Their vehicle was involved in an accident and then overrun by flames near Twisp, Washington. They were 20, 26, and 31 years old. 4 others were injured, including 1 critically. A Harborview Hospital doctor says Daniel Lyons' injuries are mostly third-degree burns. His father cried while talking to reporters.
He loves the outdoors and serving his community. He's just been a great wonderful child.
A fire spokesman was quoted as saying the 3 who were killed were part of a kind of team that rushes into fire situations to assess and then report back. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News Radio.
A Cook County jury decides that an accused cop killer, Marcus Floyd, is fit to stand trial despite claims of amnesia. Motorists can expect big delays this weekend as work continues on the Circle interchange. Skokie Health Department is confirming a human case of the West Nile virus. Health officials say a woman in that northern suburb was hospitalized recently. In a push to remove College of DuPage President Robert Bruder and take back his $763,000 buyout agreement, began last night with COD trustees voting 4-2 to begin termination proceedings. And a fixture in local TV weather, Harry Volkman has died. Media blogger Robert Feeder reported yesterday he passed away at the age of 89 at the Oakton Pavilion Nursing Home in Des Plaines. The television meteorologist worked for over 4 decades in Chicago TV at NBC5, WGN, CBS 2, and Fox 32. He and his boutonniere eventually retired in 2004. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. White Sox beat the Angels 8-2. 6:33 is our time. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter-paramedic and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
Our time is 6:34 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound side of the Ryan Expressway, traffic is really jammed from 47th Street into the Burn Circle. 30 minutes is the travel time from 95th to downtown. It's fine outbound. Inbound Kennedy, slow Fullerton into the Circle. 24 minutes O'Hare to downtown. The ramp to eastbound Congress is closed until August 31st. Of additional closures, Circle this weekend. The inbound Ike closes downtown this morning with traffic forced down to the Kennedy and the Ryan. Then Saturday night into Sunday morning, the Ryan and the Kennedy will be down to 1 lane each direction between Ohio and 18th. The CTA will have extra service on trains to try and help offset the expected traffic woes. Edens is fine for now. Inbound Ike, slow Manheim to first. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. The Stevenson has delays Harlem to Kedzie. It's 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to Archer with a crash in the right lane, and very slow from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport, with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. The news, a service of the American Association of Cancer Research, world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures. Donate today at www.aacrfoundation.org. Abundant sunshine today. Pleasant and warmer, high 82. Clear 61 overnight. Pleasant with plenty of sun tomorrow, high 83. Sunday's kind of sketchy, especially in the afternoon with thunderstorms hanging around. Your Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. 58 at O'Hare, 52 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Dan Proft And in for Amy this morning is John Cass. John.
Hey, Dan.
John, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because I think J.B. Pritzker, if I'm to understand the president's argument, is aiding and abetting the Iranian hardliners. Why do I say that? Because billionaire J.B. Pritzker of the Pritzker family, a lifelong Democrat, who unfortunately...
Congressional candidate?
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately didn't beat Schakowsky in that race to replace Sid Yates. Otherwise, we'd have another vote against the deal.
I remember taking him to Bruna's restaurant on 24th and Oakley and saying, don't be afraid of your money.
Who picked up the tab?
I always pick up the tab because I don't like politicians putting me on any favored list, which I'm not going on.
Well, maybe now that he's not a politician, he can buy you a place in Hawaii like Penny's going to buy Obama's a place in Hawaii. Wouldn't that be nice?
No, thank you.
So J.B. Pritzker, an influential Democrat in Chicago, in Illinois, nationally, writes this piece in thehill.com, true bipartisanship, oppose the deal. He writes, the challenge in multilateral negotiations is not to lose sight of one's overarching goal in the midst of the cacophony of opinions at the bargaining table. For the U.S., which Iran has dubbed its number one enemy in the world, our objectives were to reduce the threat to the homeland, to American interests abroad, and to our allies in the region. Regrettably, the Iran deal fails to meet these goals and raises the prospects for war. The Iran deal raises the prospects for war. That's very different from what the Obama administration is saying, about 180 degrees different. I cannot support a deal that reduces all our leverage up front, says Pritzker, giving Iran billions of dollars in sanctions relief in return for permitting it to maintain its advanced nuclear program and the infrastructure of a threshold nuclear state. I am a lifelong Democrat. Like a rapidly expanding list of Democrats across this country, I oppose the deal. Pritzker goes on to say of the president's rhetoric. Well, he is going to get a phone call from Penny.
From David Axelrod.
Nah, he doesn't have to take that phone call. I have been disappointed to read the president's remarks tainting the debate by challenging the motivations of deal opponents like myself. There is room in our party to have opposing views of the Iran deal. No, JP, how naive. There is no room in the party for opposing viewpoints on anything.
Like pro-life Democrats?
Correct. Democrats on both sides can legitimately reach alternate conclusions based on different interpretations of the facts without questioning their loyalties or their intentions. Instead, says Pritzker, I question the motives of Iran. Rejecting this deal will not end the diplomatic process. In fact, accepting this deal would likely cut off the diplomatic process for at least 15 years and would preclude us from negotiating a better deal.
Okay,
wow.
Rhetoric is nice. Can we get to the politics of this? That would be, in my scorecard, Bibi Netanyahu 1, Barack Obama 0.
Well,
that's what you're looking at. You ultimately, regardless of the policy issues or the merits of the argument, which I think there's merits on all sides of this, it's clear that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States are at odds, and the political battle is being fought in the Congress of the United States.
Yeah, but I don't know if Bibi's
right before 2016.
I don't know if Bibi's got an advantage quite yet. Now, obviously, as more Democrats like J.B. Pritzker, a financier, Chuck Schumer, Bob Menendez, other Democrats who've come forward to oppose this deal, including in the House, that certainly makes the challenge more difficult for President Obama. But remember, he's got the veto pen. He's got Republicans effectively. The real fight is, can they get to 60 Republicans plus a handful of Democrats? Can they get to 60 in the Senate?
And what happened, we were talking about this over the break, or one of the breaks. Didn't somebody in the Congress change some sort of standard by which treaties are
not a treaty. Can't too hard to pass treaties, John Kerry said, so we're not calling this a treaty, so please don't use the T word. Bob Corker, the Republican senator from Tennessee, cut that deal with Ben Cardin, Democrat from Maryland, whereby it requires a majority, requires 2/3 vote to stop the deal instead of ratifying it.
Okay, so that means Mr. Corker, right, from Tennessee, will never have a problem raising campaign money in this country for the rest of his life. Okay? The politics, again, I ask you, regardless of the policy, I'm not talking about the policy whether Iran, I wouldn't give Iran nukes either, or let them get anywhere close to it. But the politics is fascinating.
Yeah.
Don't you see that? I mean,
well,
and we don't discuss. Is there an elephant in the room, or what?
Well, the politics is fascinating, but the policy underlying it, with respect to the number one state sponsor of terror in the world, that's the real gist of this. I mean, the politics is fascinating. Why Corker abided this bipartisan surrender, I don't know. And did I say that right?
You need to ratify 2/3 to ratify it rather than just.
No, you need 2/3 to stop it, rather than
to stop.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. So maybe I misspoke.
Right, and that in itself guarantees the victory, does it not? Or at least almost does.
Well, it just about does. So this is the question: can you get to 60 in the Senate? Can you? If you don't, can you override a presidential veto? Seems difficult. And then there's this story, the AP story, which is really kind of an incredible story. A report surfaced that Iran issued a threat to Yuko Amano, who's the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, that he should expect personal consequences if he revealed the details of the side deals his organization had struck with the Islamist State of Iran to Congress. AP reported that Iran is going to be allowed to use its own inspectors to investigate those sites rather than having IAE experts do the job.
To me, that kills the deal right there. In terms of whoever vote, if that's true, and the Iranians get to inspect their own sites and keep the IAEA out of it, what is the president? Obama is desperate for some kind of legacy. Okay, putting our allies and the rest of the world at risk is not worth his legacy.
It's interesting too, because this has the Obama administration. All of their arguments fall apart, right? Because in their
transparency,
they're beset by their own hypocrisy.
Right.
So, for example, if the following on the AP report, the possible military dimensions (PMDs) of Iran's past nuclear research will now be answered by Iran and not the IAEA, if that report is to be believed. Secretary of State John Kerry personally said that learning about PMDs, possible military dimensions of past nuclear research, PMDs, especially at Parchin, which is a nuclear facility in Tehran, where it's believed Iran tested nuclear detonation devices. John Kerry said that was essential to any nuclear deal. John Kerry has also said that if this deal was nixed, the Ayatollah may never trust us again. And wouldn't that be a horrible development that America wouldn't have the trust of Ayatollah Khamenei?
There's a civil war going on in Islam. It's been going on for many, many centuries now. I don't see why we can't discuss our help for Iran in the same context as our attacking some of the Sunnis who are doing our bidding in Syria, but cutting the heads off Christians. I mean, there's a lot going on there with ISIS, with Iran, with the former Ba'athist officers that we dissed. All this stuff. It's just unfortunate that we had a Secretary of State named Hillary Clinton who was clearly incompetent at a critical juncture.
Responding to this AP report, IAEA head Amano issued a statement saying, "I can state that the arrangements are technically sound and consistent with our long-established practices. They do not compromise our safeguards in any way. The roadmap between Iran and the IAEA is a very robust agreement with strict timelines, which will help us to clarify past and present outstanding issues regarding Iran's nuclear deal." That is a very sophisticated way of saying nothing, and it certainly doesn't deny the underlying assertion of the AP report that Iran is going to be able to inspect its own sites, which is an incredible statement that had Charles Krauthammer almost bewildered on Special Report last night.
Look, this is truly shocking because we're talking about the Parchin facility, which the Iranians have said will never be inspected, and that we have said had to be inspected because of the thought, sort of the suspicion, everywhere that Parchin was used for Iran to test nuclear detonation devices. This is extremely serious stuff. We were assured that accounting for this activity was a sine qua non of this agreement. And now we know why the administration kept it secret. It kept it secret because nobody can believe that the inspection will be carried out by Iran itself. It would supply the inspectors, it will do the photography, it will do the sampling. So the administration now says in its defense, well, this is routine of the IAEA. It is not. Ole Heinonen, who was the deputy director of IAEA for 5 years in charge of inspections, has said that he can think of no instance in which a regime was allowed to inspect itself. And Obama had said in April, this deal is not based on trust, it's based on unprecedented verification. This is a deal with, it's obvious, when you see this kind of naivete and this kind of capitulation, you have to say to yourself that administration orders were a deal no matter what. The idea that if you oppose this, you favor a war, I think is preposterous. This is actually quite scandalous.
And we'll take your calls on this new development and the questions over the Iranian surrender deal after this.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Take your calls. 312-642-5600 is their Turnkey.pro answer line. You can text us 64636. Turnkey.pro text line. Weather today in Chicago, sunshine, pleasant, warmer, high 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. Now let's check the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Dan. Northbound Tri-State, it's stop and go from Harlem to Archer, where there's a crash now on the right shoulder. Then very slow from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, a little heavy, 25 to Beverly. Reagan Tollway, stop and go, Farnsworth to Eola. The Edens is fine. Inbound Kennedy, slow Canfield to Sayre and Fullerton into the Burn Circle, where the exit to eastbound Congress is closed. It's now scheduled till August 31st. We're looking at 28 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Quicker in the Express. Outbound, just a 2-minute delay central to Sayre. The Eisenhower, 38 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 37. The Rhine is a heavy 30 minutes from 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Investors hope to end the bleeding on Wall Street. Earnings and economic reports in focus. The 10-year Treasury yield near a 3-month low. Those stories next.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller. Guaranteed. Viviscal is the #1 drug-free hair growth supplement in the U.S., with 1 box being sold every minute globally. It's clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. And now a 90-day supply of Viviscal is offered in your area risk-free plus free shipping. Call 800-970-7643. Viviscal nourishes thinning hair from within. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Here's Dr. Grant Stevens, board-certified plastic surgeon.
I feel confident recommending Viviscal to women with hair loss, thinning hair, or even dry or brittle hair. It's 100% drug-free, and it's backed by years of clinical research.
Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now. 800-970-7643. 800-970-7643. That's 800-970-7643.
Investors hope to bounce back from yesterday's almost 360-point beating on the Dow Jones Industrials. Its worst performance in more than 3.5 years. The 3 major stock indexes all down more than 2.5% on the week. Investors reacting as well to corporate developments and reports on manufacturing in the United States, China, Europe, and Japan. Hewlett-Packard, New York & Company, and Ross Stores lower in extended trading despite topping earnings targets. Investors also analyzing quarterly reports from Gap, John Deere, and Foot Locker. The debt and commodity markets in focus as well. Safe haven buying yesterday driving the 10-year Treasury yield to a 3-month low. Crude oil on track for a more than 3% decline for the week. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the mutual fund store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power is becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now with no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month or more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MySolar now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MySolar.
My home, my savings, 1-800-MySolar.
AM 560, The Answer.
Talking about the Iranian surrender deal, increasing course of Democrats coming out against it, and news that Iran is going to be charged with doing its own inspections. It's an AP report. Ralph and Mokina, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. I'm a bit confused by all the talk of legacy and using the word legacy. I mean, part of his legacy that he's got right now, which will continue forever, will be his 1/6 takeover of our economy with Obamacare, which has his name on it, which I think I really do believe it's a pejorative, not a credit to him. So he blew up our mental health, our medical system. So now what he really wants is a real thermonuclear explosion, which is why he's doing the Iran deal. Having them check their own stuff is a little bit like Jeffrey Dahmer being put in charge of cleaning out the refrigerator.
Thanks for the call, Ralph, and the analogy, or a simile, I guess. Microphone.
Dang it. I was going along good until that last part.
Yeah, Mike and LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Mike.
Good morning. Hey, you know what? Ralph kind of stole some of my thunder there. But I own a little business in a little town, and every year they come in and do a fire and safety inspection. And I'm thinking maybe next year I'll tell them, you know what? According to the president, I can do this myself. See you guys.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Steve at Hinsdale.
Yeah, the longer this old bozo guy is hanging around, the more I'm convinced he's an extreme Muslim himself. You know, he's got Jarrett, who was born and raised in Iran, kind of running the show. Then he's got Mrs. Carlos Danger, Hillary's woman, in there. And you know, if I were Iran, I'd be pissed off I didn't get a better deal. You know, they're the ones that should be unhappy. So we just got to get Mr. Trump in there and get over there and take care of a little business. Thanks much. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
There are decent arguments to be made on behalf of the Iran treaty.
There is?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's not a treaty.
Or the deal.
I haven't heard them, but
yes, you choose not to.
No, I've
embrace them, but I know you're smart enough to read, and you read everything, and I'm sure you've read stuff in the National Interest, the American Conservative, and elsewhere, where they're not actually going, hog wild against it. However, this latest development that Mark from LaGrange made fun of aptly, letting Iran do their own inspections, kind of kills it.
Yeah, it turns out weakness is provocative.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're looking to improve your child's academic education and attitude toward life, Christian Liberty Academy, based in Arlington Heights, has provided thousands of children in preschool through 12th grade with a superior, accredited, and affordable Christian education since 1968. The Academy offers a spacious and well-equipped campus, dynamic math and computer classes, art and music instruction, as well as comprehensive sports programs and after-school care services. The teaching staff at Christian Liberty is comprised of people who take a genuine and personal interest in each of their students and make it a point to give them the individualized attention that they need. Call the Academy at 847-385-2013 to schedule a tour or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper school environment for each of your children. The summer is slipping away and registrations are filling up fast in many grades. So contact Christian Liberty Academy today and give your children a great foundation for learning and for life.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
It's true, you can't take it with you, but you can make sure what you don't take with you goes to the ones you love, not the government. And you can preserve a legacy by doing one of the most important things possible for your children and grandchildren. It's critical to realize that if you don't have an estate plan, everything you own, including your house, cars, and investments, could be tied up in courts for a year or more. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, plus double taxed by the government. Avoid this by learning estate planning essentials. Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays on AM 560, is hosting a free estate planning workshop on Saturday, August 22nd in Oak Brook Terrace. Tom's a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. To reserve your seat for this free estate planning workshop, call the Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326.
I'm Mike Scott here with the stories we're watching. Work on the Circle Interchange will bring massive problems and abundant sunshine in your forecast. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A deadline and a warning from North Korea, ratcheting up already heightened tensions with South Korea. Fox News Radio Simon Owen with more live.
Lisa, the South Korean president dressed in army camouflage, telling troops to be ready to respond to provocations from North Korea after North Korean state TV broadcast an ultimatum. The newsreader saying a letter has been sent to the South warning that it has until tomorrow to stop broadcasting propaganda messages from loudspeakers close to the border. Yesterday, both sides fired shells across the border. Lisa.
Thanks, Simon. A second data dump from the Ashley Madison hackers may have some government employees scrambling. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Hundreds of federal workers, including some in the White House and Congress, reportedly used internet connections in their offices to access a cheating website. That's according to the AP. The information could rock more than just marriages. State Department spokesman John Kirby wouldn't touch the story.
You know, we've just seen press reports on this, so way too premature for me to be able to have a comment about this.
Experts say for government employees with security clearances, exposure on a site like Ashley Madison could open themselves up to a host of problems, including being blackmailed. Lisa.
Rachel, in the Hillary Clinton email probe, a federal judge suggests she violated government policy by using a private server as Secretary of State, and he's ordering the State Department to help the FBI recover emails. Erratic winds making the fight to save homes from wildfires even tougher in Washington state as fire crews and family grieve.
It's the light of our life.
Richard Bashevsky's son Tom, one of 3 firefighters killed this week.
I just want people to know what a wonderful person he was.
More manpower coming from as far away as Australia, with more than 100 large fires burning in 15 states. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 59 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. We're tracking developments this morning as 2 13-year-old girls from a Milwaukee suburb are scheduled for a brief court appearance, entering pleas in the Slender Man case today. Teens are being tried as adults and could face long prison terms, and we may also get our first looks at the girls' faces. A judge has lifted a photography ban on that case. Cook County jury has decided that accused cop killer Marcus Floyd is fit to stand trial in spite of claims of amnesia. Floyd is accused of the murder of Officer Thomas Wortham while trying to steal Wortham's motorcycle in 2010 outside the Southside home of Wortham's parents. Skokie Health Department confirming a human case of West Nile virus. A woman in the northern suburb was hospitalized recently. Push to remove College of DuPage President Robert Bruder and take back most of his $763,000 buyout agreement began Thursday night with COD trustees voting to initiate termination proceedings. Shortly after hackers dumped data from that infidelity website, Ashley Madison, local governments here in Illinois started combing through the names of users looking for public employees, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Linked to Ashley Madison, there are an unknown number who may have used government emails and computers to set up their profiles, including a handful in Illinois. Names linked to Illinois state government emails turned up, as did a few with Cook County and Lake County government emails. Officials say they are now investigating to see whether government employees accessed the cheaters' website at work or whether these email addresses were misused by others. And officials say it may take days to scour their databases. David Stewart, Chicago.
A runway at Chicago's O'Hare Airport that has been at the center of a fight over jet noise has been closed. The Daily Herald says as of late Thursday, runway 14L, or 14 left, 32 right, has been stripped of its ID numbers. The runway had been in operation since the airport was known as Orchard Field. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. White Sox over the LA Angels 8-2. The news a service of the American Association for Cancer Research, the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research at www.aacrfoundation.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity believes Hillary is in hot water.
Her campaign is now in peril. Her life outside of jail could be in jeopardy when all is said and done here. This is not a minor political controversy that's just going to go away in a few days. This is a bombshell. And I'll tell you right now, too, that I promise you this is only the tip of a very large iceberg.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten. But it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit, from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
7:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside, there's a fire, 71st in Indiana. There are delays on the inbound Kennedy from Kimball to the Burns Circle, where the ramp to eastbound Congress is closed till August 31st. It's 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. Eden's just a little heavy outbound, Montrose to Peterson. Inbound Eisenhower, delay is Mannheim to Kostner, 42 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34. Inbound Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37. Ryan's heavy, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 slow, 107th to before the merge, Sunshine delay. 22 minutes, I-80 to the Ryan. Northbound Tri-State jammed, 115th to Archer with a crash on the right shoulder, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Adams Tollway stop and go, Randall to 59. Reagan Tollway slow, Farnsworth to Eola. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, warmer with sunshine, high of 82. Clear night tonight with a low of 61. A full day of sunshine for tomorrow with a high of 83 and another clear night, low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
56 at O'Hare, 63 along the lakefront, 61 at Midway, 52 in Aurora. Your next news update at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and our special guest, John Cass, continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller, honoring all of your milestone anniversaries. Stop in to see what sparkles at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Obama had said in April, this deal is not based on trust. It's based on unprecedented verification. When you see this kind of naivete and this kind of capitulation, you have to say to yourself that administration orders were a deal no matter what. The idea that if you oppose this, you favor a war, I think is preposterous.
Do you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey,
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term? You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'll be serious.
You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it?
Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive.
I'll use the word anchor baby.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft. And sitting in for Amy this morning is Chicago Tribune page 2 columnist. He is John Cass. John Serpenhead, Clinton Serpenhead, said that this whole Hillary email matter is just stupid media people talking to stupid media people. It's all just manufactured nonsense that won't amount to a Hillary of beans. I know one person who's not a stupid media person, and you know how I know Brett Baier is not a stupid media person? Do you know, John?
How do you know that, Dan?
Did you watch the PGA Championship last weekend?
Sorry, I missed that because I was watching some soccer on TV.
Well, you should have been watching a sport, and that sport is golf. And last week on this show, Brett Baier correctly predicted that Jason Day would break through and win his first major, and that's exactly what happens. There is nothing that Brett Baier does not know, and he joins us now. Brett Baier, thank you.
Hey, Brett.
Good morning.
Good morning. Of course, you catch Brett Baier on Special Report Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. Chicago time. So what about that James Carville and the other Hillary Flacks getting out there to do damage control and suggesting this is all just a media manufactured non-controversy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough spin to make in that there are three letters involved here that change the dynamic, and that is FBI. And you can talk about a Republican right-wing conspiracy. You can talk about all kinds of things. But when you have nonpartisan, independent inspectors general and you have the FBI investigating, it takes on a different tone. And the question is where the investigation goes. And, we don't know that yet, but we know that it's not positive. The fact that Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's assistant and longtime aide, Cheryl Mills, her former chief of staff, have not signed an affidavit to the federal court here in Washington that they have turned over all the documents that they had is, troubling for some. And I think the State Department is going to be dealing with this
for quite some time.
Given the reporting of your own Catherine Herridge on this story and others there at your network, what confounds me is how could this secure information seen only on a secure government network in several different levels, and some of that stuff that came out can only be seen at the highest security level. How does that end up on an email sent by Hillary Clinton and to Hillary Clinton?
I think that, John, this is a great question. I think that her aides, it may be a situation where we're looking at her aides going to a secure classified email system, seeing and kind of noting the classified material, and then taking the nuggets and emailing Hillary directly.
I thought she got direct satellite stuff.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of cut and paste, and, I mean, you've got serious issues here. I mean, the mishandling of classified information has taken people to jail. I mean, it's clearly had people lose their security clearance, and she's running for president.
So, Brett, the State Department. We talk about the State Department. We talk about the intelligence community. There's some that are suggesting that maybe the State Department is still running interference for Hillary Clinton. Let's not forget, this is still Obama's State Department. He's not being asked a lot of questions about his former Secretary of State. The State Department is being chastised by a federal district court judge for their lethargy in getting these emails reviewed and out. Do we have a problem where nobody's going to rally to her public defense in the intelligence community, even at state, but you have State Department slow walking this matter?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's possible, but they do have a timeline to get these emails out, and that's judge mandated. The other thing that's pretty interesting, Dan, is that all this talk about I was the one who released all the emails. Right. Well, no, there was a judge in May who said you have to by order of the federal court. So. I think there's a lot lost in all of the talk about this issue.
When will the president be asked directly these questions with the same fervor that some in other areas are asking about anchor babies?
Yeah, it's a great question, John. I think next press conference, I assume he'll get asked. I would hope he gets asked about his feelings on it. I think, he is in the middle here, and in that his vice president may be considering a run as well.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of anchor babies, the Donald Trump phenomenon, it doesn't seem to be receding in intensity at all. In fact, to some extent, media types like that ABC reporter that he got into a bit of a row with over the term anchor baby yesterday just helps him with the Republican base. And as much as you hear from GOP establishment types that, essentially he's going to fade, we want to make sure he doesn't run as a third party. Look, you've got Labor Day to Thanksgiving, and then you come out of the new year and you've got your Iowa caucus, New Hampshire primary. After Labor Day, this timeline gets compressed substantially. So
substantially.
I mean, do you feel like Trump is a real player for the nomination at this stage?
I do. I mean, I think when you're talking about a field of 17 and he's getting close to 30% of the vote in many polls, he's a player. And he can contend, depending on how his, longevity goes as far as maintaining in the race. I think he's definitely there. The other thing to think about is that there are several states that have sore loser laws that prevent someone from going in as one party and then pulling out and running as a reform party. So they can't get on the ballot.
Right.
So the logistics of getting on the ballot in all these states, this is why Donald Trump is going to Alabama today with a stadium full of people, 30,000 plus expected. And that's because Alabama's rule about getting on the ballot is coming up pretty soon. and he's got to get signatures, and it's the logistics of running, and everything that we're seeing is that he's staying around.
And in your judgment, these attacks about anchor babies and reporters getting all huffy about it, it seems that just reinforces his position with that part of the electorate that's sensitive to the immigration issue. As a conservative, and Dan's a conservative, we're probably the last two in Chicago media, but we're not big fans of Trump, and still I see these kinds of questions propelling him. What do you think?
No, it is something that fits right into his whole deal, and that is free media. Understand that he hasn't spent any money. This is all free media.
Incredible.
Right.
And he's getting, I mean,
the
I'm
sideshow.
talking
Right.
CNN the other night, they took the live press conference, they took the live speech, then they did an hour special from 6:30 till 10 p.m. It was the Donald Trump show. And, they're getting better ratings than they usually did. But it's pretty amazing if you think about having to pay for that media. He hasn't spent $1.
The cover of Hollywood Reporter, the cover of Time, and the other thing he's doing is driving the debate on both sides. Hillary Clinton yesterday in Vegas has to answer the question, well, wait a second, you think Trump is intemperate with some of his remarks. Well, you called for children to be deported who were fleeing violence in Central America, so explain yourself there. And this seems to feed the Trump phenomenon even more, including among Democrats, and he's narrowed the margin between him and Hillary, Trump has, because he's basically saying all these people are lying. So if you don't like what I have to say, that's fine,
and he's bought them.
But I'm not lying to you.
And he's bought them, and he knows.
This is the attractiveness of... it's interesting that he is the vessel, but it is the attractiveness of, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget these people in Washington. It is time to shake the whole thing up and go for it. That's what the mentality is.
Before we let you jump, what's your sense from your well-placed sources on the Hill of any movement for an entrance on the Democrat side of a Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren, somebody else, John Kerry?
Yeah, I think there will be another big name. I think it'll be Biden. I don't think Warren will get in unless Hillary fully implodes and quickly. I think Joe Biden is, from everything we're hearing, talking to donors, lining up Democratic support, and I would expect Joe Biden to be in by late September.
All right, Brett Baier hosts a special report on Fox News Channel, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday. Brett, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
See you.
Is all this part of a vast right-wing conspiracy then? Is it just the same old that
No,
always happens to them?
It's just mostly, stupid media people talking to other stupid media people, making stuff up and spinning themselves up on something that's not going to amount to a hill of beans.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these monkey-fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane!
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Weather in Chicagoland today, abundant sunshine, warmer, high 82, low 61 tonight. Saturday, high 83, low of 64, and on Sunday, partly sunny and breezy with a thunderstorm into the early afternoon, high 78, low Sunday night, 57. Now let's check the traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan. The tollways are heavy. Northbound Tri-State really jammed from before Cicero to LaGrange Road and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go. Randall Road to 59. Reagan Tollway very slow from the Fox River to 59. Inbound Kennedy has delays starting at Canfield, 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 18 from Montrose, 14 on the Express. The ramp to eastbound Congress is closed. Inbound Eisenhower closes at the Burn Circle tonight. The additional closures this weekend for major work at the Circle. Right now, the Eisenhower is 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. There is a crash at 25th in the left lane. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
It's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Escape to Wisconsin
with an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies, yours for only $79, valued at $169. Need to stay closer at home but want to laugh out loud? Well, be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44 a pair, only $22 at CRD. Be sure to get your car ready for that special night out with a new deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, an $18 deal, only $10 at CRD. Make a date night and take advantage of all the entertainment deals waiting for you only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Time for a new grill? Don't make the mistake by grabbing one on sale at the big box store. Go to BestHotGrill.com. They make the Solaire infrared grill. These amazing gas grills will heat up to over 1,000 degrees in just 3 minutes to provide professional chef quality performance in your own backyard. Now, Solaire is not for everyone. Solaire is sold only by the finest specialty retailers who recognize Solaire is the only hot, fast grill. If you live in an area without a Solaire dealer, Solaire has a demo program where you can try a mini version of the full-size grill in your own backyard, grilling the foods you like without a salesman looking over your shoulder. It is made with the same design, materials, components, and performance of the big Solaires, but in a size Solaire can easily ship to you. Try before you buy so you'll know firsthand why Solaire is the last grill you'll ever purchase. Learn more about the demo program and these fantastic USA-made grills at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com. Solaire Infrared at BestHotGrill.com.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560, The Answer.
John, so it looks like Mr. Potato Head may be charged with manslaughter.
Pardon me?
Caitlyn Jenner. Remember back in February 7th, Jenner driving down the Pacific Coast Highway at an unsafe speed when his Escalade hit another vehicle, causing a chain reaction crash that led to the death of one Kim Howe, right? And Jenner, of course, expressed regret after the accident, but the sheriff, and we don't know yet, but the sheriff's department is reported, according to Variety, L.A. County Sheriff's Department says the case will be submitted to the district attorney next week, but there is suggestion that at least a misdemeanor manslaughter charge will be filed against one Caitlyn Jenner. Boy, and if there's anybody...
Because nobody really died, but they kind of died? Just a misdemeanor? It's like a traffic ticket?
Well...
Misdemeanor manslaughter. Okay. Promise not to do it again, Caitlyn. Can I have your autograph?
Well,
right?
The good news is that Caitlyn Jenner's series, I Am Kate, will not be affected by this.
And then we're going to have the stories about if she goes in or he goes in to the jail. What about the gender-specific jail cells? Everything. This thing is just going to drive more and more stuff.
Here's
just wait for it.
Well, I'll tell you what. If there's somebody who knows about manslaughter, it's certainly Caitlyn Jenner.
Misdemeanor wiener.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
For collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history. Make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info.
Now more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your house is one of the most important decisions you can make. Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals, knows what it takes to sell your home. The Wall Street Journal ranked him at 88th in the entire country for closed listings. Now, Ed knows that there's no gimmicks to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful. Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 realtor in Will County. You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that RE/MAX Professionals has to sell it. So why would you try to sell your home with a "we'll sell your house or buy it from you" kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something is seriously wrong. I'll call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals at 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
Sadly, summer's almost over, but there's still time to enjoy one last summer music festival. The Naperville JCs are celebrating 50 years of Last Fling this coming Labor Day weekend. This year's live performances include Lita Ford, Bad Medicine, Chevelle, and Daughtry. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit lastfling.org. You can win a pair of tickets to Daughtry's performance. This guy, Daughtry, worked in a muffler shop. Now he sells millions of records. That's why American Idol was so great. Was, past tense. So win a pair of tickets to Daughtry's performance on Saturday the 5th by being caller number, what number caller, John?
6.
Caller number 6 right now to, John is dialing, to 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. 6 caller gets 2 pair of tickets to Daughtry's performance on Saturday, September 5th.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. You shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, the sweet melodies of one Daughtry. Chris Daughtry to you, John Cass.
So cool.
I
love him.
Yeah. I know, almost as much as Lita Ford. Coming up at 7:37, Michael Barone, senior political analyst from the Washington Examiner, joins us, and he'll answer the question, is Ted Cruz deftly drafting off of Donald Trump like a NASCAR race, ready to go right and around him after Labor Day? We'll ask Michael Barone.
What, Jesus?
What's
Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby.
Worst Will Ferrell impersonation ever. Now, Mike Scott joins us from the newsroom with the headlines.
Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Outside, we have sunshine, 59 degrees, and we're tracking developments in North Korea at this hour, where leader Kim Jong-un is ordering his troops to prepare what he calls for battle in the latest escalation of tensions with the South. More antiquities destruction being attributed to ISIS. The priest and activists say an ancient monastery in central Syria was wrecked, along with churches inside that date back to the Christian first century. Republican presidential candidate Jeb Bush taking some heat for his use of the term anchor babies when referring to children born in the U.S. to illegal immigrants.
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No. Do you have a better term?
I'm not. I'm asking you.
Okay.
A lot of folks
you give me a better term and I'll use it. I'm serious.
In Michigan yesterday, Florida Senator and Republican presidential candidate Marco Rubio called Detroit an example of an opportunity for a new American economy.
No city understands the heights attainable through the American dream better than Detroit, and no city understands the pain of losing the dream and the importance of restoring it.
Rubio speaking to the Detroit Economic Club yesterday. Former President Jimmy Carter says his cancer has spread to his brain.
There were 4 spots of melanoma on my brain. I'll get my first radiation treatment for the melanoma in my brain this afternoon.
In a news conference, the 90-year-old announced that recent liver surgery had revealed the cancer diagnosis. 2 13-year-old girls from a Milwaukee suburb are scheduled for a brief court appearance today. They're entering pleas in that Slender Man stabbing case. A group of people facing charges after authorities raided a suspected illegal gambling operation in Naperville in the 1100 block of East Ogden Avenue. A push to remove College of DuPage President Robert Bruder and take back some or all of his $763,000 buyout agreement started Thursday night with COD trustees voting to initiate termination proceedings. And the University of Illinois has hired a consulting firm led by a former Big 12 Conference Commissioner Dan Beebe to help it deal with allegations of mistreatment by former athletes. The contract says the Beebe Group was hired to help the school prevent, identify, and appropriately respond to misconduct. The $50,000 cost will be for the first year of the contract. The university provided that copy on request to the Associated Press, but would not comment on that contract. You may recall the university has faced allegations from both former football and women's basketball players about mistreatment by coaches. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. Sox beat the Angels 8-2. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport, with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager wants the left to think big picture.
Wendy's, like McDonald's, is deciding that they can't afford $15 an hour, and so what they will do is put kiosks. You will have virtually no interaction with a human being because human beings are too expensive, thanks to liberals. This should be one of the mottos of the left. We don't care what happens next.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This year, take your fantasy draft to Buffalo Wild Wings, the only place as obsessed with football as you are. Wall-to-wall TVs, great food, and excellent drinks. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
From the creators of Courageous and Fireproof comes War Room, a powerful new film about fighting life's battles in prayer.
This is my favorite place in this house. I call it my war room.
Because prayer is a powerful weapon. War Room, in theaters August 28th, starring Alex Kendrick, Priscilla Shirer, and Beth Moore.
We need an army of believers. Raise them up, Lord. Raise them up.
Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets and showtimes available now at warroomthemovie.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
7:35 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has delays from Addison to the Burns Circle, where the exit to eastbound Congress is closed till the end of August. Right now, it's 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 22 from Montrose, 16 in the Express. Outbound slow Irving Park to Sayre, 28 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Eden's inbound, 19 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 25, it's clear past Toohey. Inbound Eisenhower, 46 minutes Thorndale to downtown, 31 from Manheim. Outbound 34 to Thorndale. Stevenson is 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan is heavy at 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, heavy from Soldier Field to Jackson. Tri-State northbound, jammed from before Cicero to LaGrange Road and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go. The Elgin Toll to 59. Reagan Tollway slow. The Aurora Toll to Eola. Veterans Memorial. Laser from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. No problems reported in Northwest Indiana. Traffic Service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunshine, a pleasant day ahead, high 82, clear overnight, low 61. 57 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Mortgage Radio Show, giving you up-to-the-minute advice on mortgage rates and programs every Sunday afternoon at 1.
Dan Brofton sitting in for Amy this morning is Chicago Tribune page out to columnist John Cass. John,
yeah.
I would have thought that Trump's flame would have started to flicker at this juncture, but
would hope.
Instead, it's intensifying. Today he's in Alabama. He's in Mobile. They moved his location from a 2,500-seat venue to a 30,000-seat venue.
Is it true that Nick Saban is going to be putting palm fronds down there as he walks?
If he gets Nick Saban's endorsement, then Alabama is his. For more analysis on this topic, expert analysis, I would say, we're now joined by senior political analyst for the Washington Examiner. He is our friend Michael Barone. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, it's nice being with you, and if he gets the Bear Bryant endorsement, that would really be a story.
That would be something. Yes.
I know with John on, I didn't realize, but I have to practice my Greek. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. All I know how to tell you is debt. Just talk about
Michael, you're talking to potentially the next prime minister of Greece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little far to the right of the last king, so I don't know if I'll be elected.
You're going to the next prime minister. You're going to ask me for a loan.
So on Trump, we have a bit of a phenomenon that's somewhat reminiscent of Barack Obama, or starting to be reminiscent of Barack Obama in 2008, with the crowds that he's drawing, the interest that he's drawing, and it doesn't matter what he says. It doesn't matter what's in his background. He's a Rorschach inkblot for people's frustrations, and he's not going anywhere.
Well, I think it does matter what he says. I think your statement is right. It doesn't matter whether he meets every conservative litmus test that a lot of Republican candidates are asked to do. You know, did you vote the wrong way on that abortion roll call in 1995? Oop, off the list. He's not asked to do that, but he's made provocative statements, particularly but not limited to the immigration issue, and he projects this image of somebody who can brush aside political correctness and get things done. Now, whether or not he's actually like that, or whether we're seeing something like the movies All the King's Men or A Face in the Crowd, remains to be seen.
Face in the crowd.
You've been studying the minutia as well as the macro on elections for many years, and which is why I love to read your stuff.
Well,
but to Dan's point about the demagoguery or the we're all Hicks. We're all Hicks. Does it worry you that we went from Obama, what was he going to do? Raise the oceans, heal the planet, and people, he and most of our colleagues in the media were running to him to be fed fishes and loaves, and now similar type of dynamic in a way is going on with Trump. What does that mean for the future of our republic when the electorate becomes so volatile in this respect?
Well, volatile in this respect when it becomes eager to believe that the ordinary limitations that are placed on people by the fact that we've got a constitution that has checks and balances and limited government, by the fact that we and our fellow citizens are in the irritating to many politicians, of tending to vote mildly Democratic on the presidential side and mildly Republican on the congressional side, which gives us, the dreaded gridlock. If we want to find out who is the enemy, we need to look in the mirror on that one. But the frustrations are there, and the fact is, over the last 50, 70 years, we've gotten this much bigger government with a lot more regulation, and it doesn't seem to do things as well. I wrote a column a couple of years ago about a little bridge called the Humpback Bridge. It's on the George Washington Parkway over a little inlet in the Potomac. It's like some of those bridges on Lakeshore Drive when you're going, by the parks up there on the north side where the road just suddenly ends for no particular reason. And you've got... They spent 4 years, nearly 4 years, repairing that bridge. The traffic was stopped. I thought I was going to miss my plane multiple times. Hassle and Hazarai. This took 42 months. When you got to the top of the bridge, you looked off the right hand, and there was the Pentagon. The Pentagon was built in 18 months, 1941 through 43. It's still the largest building in the world. There's something wrong with that picture.
Well, right. And what's wrong with that picture, and this is to some extent what Trump is talking about, is this is unwieldy, and the government is, he doesn't say this, but this is the feeling. The government is just doing too much. Think about the biggest companies in the world, Amazon and Walmart and Apple. Yeah, they do something in their space very, very well. The government is maybe 4 times as big as, say, Apple, but it's a banker. It provides your student loans. It's in the housing business. It's in road construction. It's always protecting and providing every single facet of your life. And it does none of those things, or very few of those things, with any particular proficiency.
Governments don't do IT good.
Clearly.
We're finding that out.
Right.
One of my most recent columns in the Washington Examiner, I took a detailed look at Trump's 6-page immigration program, and I think they said it's sort of half serious, half fantasy. Part of the thing that is serious, but not clear whether or not it's a fantasy, is he says we need to have a good visa tracking system, and we need to have a good E-Verify system. That is something that enables prospective employers to check the legal status of applicants to jobs speedily. We've got the beginnings of this, but government just doesn't do IT well. Healthcare.gov. The FBI had this law enforcement IT. It's been abandoned. Last Saturday at Washington Reagan National Airport, the flights were all stopped in the New York airports because the next-gen air traffic control IT wasn't working.
Michael, are you telling me that the national voter ID card that I want, so that we're just like Mexico, won't work?
I think it probably won't work. It's interesting. Mexico exactly has such cards. I've seen them. They work. They prevent vote fraud in Mexico. I don't know if you need that in Chicago or not, John. Perhaps you could have some advice along
certain
those lines.
districts.
No vote fraud here. But this is the point. Everything you're describing, these are unconventional times, and most of the Republicans are giving conventional answers, and they're kind of all melding into a blob that Trump is separate and distinct from, both in tone as well as to some extent in substance. Not that I'm a fan, because I'm not, but he is separating himself. And the only other candidate I see who's kind of sees this, and in like a NASCAR race, I think is trying to draft off Donald Trump and move to his right and move in front of him at some point after Labor Day, who was just in Alabama before Trump is today, is Ted Cruz.
Well, Ted Cruz, I guess, do we want to be on cruise control? He's a smart guy. Ted Cruz is interesting. He's basically an appellate lawyer. He's a guy that I said this to one member of Congress who's a pretty smart, been a prosecutor in cases, and he says, well, if I'm a prosecutor, I have to appeal to 12 average people. Ted Cruz is used to dealing with 3 smart judges and making an argument to them. It's a slightly different métier, and we'll see how well he does. I think he tries, strike some people as unduly confrontational, so forth, in ways that Obama tried not to do when he was running for president in 2007, 2008, and then has often done as president. We'll see if he comes along, but Trump has this background in the private sector, this reputation of having gotten things done that I think works for him when you have a government that simply isn't performing well. And on that air traffic control, something I'd like to point out something. Other countries have given the air traffic control system to private sector firms, and it works better than the U.S. public sector. And those countries are not necessarily exotic, weird places like Canada.
The bottom line right now, in terms of what John was talking about before, about your micro analysis of politics, kind of the state-by-state process, plus just the kind of general disposition of the Republican primary electorate at this point, is Trump real? I mean, is he a real threat for the nomination?
Well, I think he's got to be taken as something like real. Yeah, I mean, it's you go back and we'll see who's leading in August, and at this stage of earlier electoral cycles, that candidate usually isn't the winner in the end.
Yeah, but they're not putting 30,000 people in places like Alabama. Herman Cain led for a bit, and Rudy Giuliani led for a bit, but they weren't generating this kind of intensity.
I think that's right, and I think one of the data points that I think is fascinating is you had 24 million people watching this August 6th debate on Fox. The highest previous number watching any debate, I think, was an Obama-Clinton debate, and much closer to primary time in the 07-08 cycle. That was 10 million. So there's something ticking here, and I think one of the tasks for the other Republicans is Donald Trump is bringing a lot of people to look at the Republican race for president. Can you attract these voters? Mm-hmm. Can you make a positive case for them? Can you bring them into the Republican fold? Can you increase what has been the rather anemic and low turnout in Republican primary caucuses compared to the Democrats in the cycle of 2007-08? I think that's an interesting and open question.
All right, Michael Barone, senior political analyst for the Washington Examiner. Thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks to be with you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You mean it's not politically correct?
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather in Chicago today, abundant sunshine, pleasant and warmer, high 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. Now let's get check of the roads with Jim Telemonti.
Thanks, Dan. Eastbound I-80, we're seeing delays from around Harlem to I-57. There's a crash on the left shoulder. Inbound Kennedy, stop and go Irving Park to the Burns Circle, where the ramp to eastbound Congress is closed till the end of the month. 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 28. Edens has outbound delays, Montrose to Dempster. 25 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook, inbound 5. Inbound Eisenhower, 48 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 35. Inbound Stevenson, 47 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed from before Southwest Highway to the Hinsdale Oasis and slow from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow. The Elgin Toll to 59, the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway slow, Aurora Toll to Eola, Veterans Memorial. And Fountain to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Michael Barone said government doesn't do IT very well. Well, Turnkey IT does. For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. Want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Well, then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment. With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. And Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company. So focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
Ask any Chicagoan for directions and you'll hear, get on the Eisenhower, take the Ronald Reagan, go to the Jane Addams, avoid the Bishop Ford. You know all the roads by name because you spend hundreds of hours in your car in some of the worst traffic ever. So it's no surprise that you see crashes and accidents every day. Thankfully, it wasn't you. But when it is, the only name you need to remember is Turry's Auto Body, Inc.
They take the stress out of your collision repair with in-house tow-in service and complete follow-through with your insurance company. Turry's employs iCar trained technicians, meaning the person working on your car has been specifically trained in auto collision repair. The environmentally friendly painting is done in computerized downdraft booths, and prompt personal service will put you back on the road in no time. You'll drive away with a smile on your face because your car looks and sounds the same as it did before the accident. Turry's Auto Body, open 6 days a week with locations in Bellwood on Manheim and in Villa Park on North Ave and Ardmore. Turry'sAutoBody.com. Quality collision repair.
This is Dan Proft with an upstream idea brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
John, help me understand something. The Chicago Fire, apparently this is some kind of soccer team.
Yes, it's a great soccer club with great tradition, honor, tradition, passion. I bleed red. I love the Chicago Fire, but I don't know if they love me.
Well, according to Forbes, the Fire has worth $160 million, more than 4.5 times what it was worth when owner Andrew Hauptman bought it 8 years ago. But revenue is down, 5th lowest in the league. There's some kind of soccer league. I'm not familiar. 5th lowest in the league among
pathetic,
18 teams. So what is going on? Are we deporting European surrender monkeys so that can't attend fire games?
Can you come up with any other ridiculous cliches to mask some sort of, I don't know, what are you going to call them next?
What is happening? What is happening to the Chicago Fire?
You mean like in your He-Man world where like
that's
this
correct.
is not a real sport?
It's a
calisthenic.
It is a real
sport. It's not. Because it's harder, it's easier to pass with your hands than your feet. But I'm not going to get into the merits of it. I'm going to tell you that this weekend, on Saturday, the Fire have a game, and already the fans are so upset. There's two ideas. One is a 90-minute tailgate, stay out of the stadium altogether.
And I know what the other idea
is a blackout.
Oh, random violence? No.
What does that have to do with
soccer? You know, the soccer hooligans and across the pond.
You know, the soccer fans in Chicago are exactly the kind of people you should be reaching out to, because they're not covered by anybody. The TV, newspapers abandon them, and there's still a sizable group of people who love the beautiful game. Politics is about addition, not subtraction, Mr. Prof. I don't need a cigar in my hand to tell you that, sir. And even so, whether it was good for you or not, I love the Fire. I love soccer. My 2 sons play. They're in college, and they both play soccer.
So, on a serious note, what is the genesis of this fan outrage? What don't they like?
The administration by Mr. Hauptman, who made some great movies, including one apparently called Thunderpants about a boy who passes gas. Is but he made some other good ones too. State of Play with Russell Crowe.
That was not good.
No, it wasn't. But anyway, they've allowed the talent on the club to deteriorate. The fans are dying for real soccer. This is a great opportunity to seize and capture a moment when not the Blackhawks, but the Bears, Bulls, Sox, and Cubs were tanking, and it's unfortunate. So anyway, this weekend, go on hashtag CF97. You'll read about it, or go to any of the soccer blogs. There's something called the 90-minute tailgate hashtag, and then the blackout.
I've got an idea to improve the fire.
I got an idea that you come with me when I come. I can't go to the game this Saturday because I'm taking Spiro to IU, but you come with me to
Jared.
A game.
Yeah, I will. IU. He went to Indiana. That's where Jared went. He went to college at Indiana. I will.
Let the record note that I'm giving you a look like I can't wait to see you out in the
I will go to a soccer game with you, and I have an idea. Sell the team to the Ricketts, and while you're at it, sell Bridgeview to the Ricketts, too.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Jack, financial planner at the area's largest local bank, income $350K a year, called to do a cash-out refinance. David helped Jack combine his first loan, HELOC, and take out $80K to pay his kid's private school. David asked Jack why he didn't use the supposed mortgage experts at his bank, and Jack told David he trusted him more than anyone in his bank's mortgage department. If you're thinking of calling a big bank for your mortgage, ask yourself this question. If a financial planner making $350,000 a year doesn't trust the mortgage experts at his bank, why should you? If you or somebody you know is looking to do a cash-out refinance, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email him at david@perldavid.com or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing. Coming up at 8:08, Bill Gertz, national security columnist for the Washington Times, joins us to tell us why Hillary's going to jail. Let's now turn it over to Mike Scott with a check of the headlines.
Here are the stories we're watching on. Jesse White will not seek re-election, and a sunshine day in your forecast. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Hundreds of federal workers trolling an adult website on the taxpayer's dime at work. That new allegation in a second data dump from the Ashley Madison hackers. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The AP traced IP addresses back to people who frequented Ashley Madison and found many of them accessed the site via their work computers. The exposure is potentially embarrassing and could have career implications, Defense Secretary Ash Carter.
Conduct is very important, and we expect good conduct on the part of our people.
Security clearances may be at risk for some workers because being on the cheating website could make them vulnerable to blackmail. Lisa.
Rachel, thanks. An exhaustive fight to save homes from wildfires, the worst of it right now in Washington state.
And we thank everyone who are doing everything they can
to make sure the evergreen state does not become an ever-fire state.
Governor Jay Inslee seeking a federal emergency declaration as the Forest Service calls in reinforcements from Canada. More than 20,000 firefighters already doing battle in 15 states. Gunfire kills a little girl in Ferguson, Missouri, where protests over police shootings of young black men recently turned violent again. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso live in our Midwest Bureau.
Lisa, 9-year-old Jamila Bolden was laying on her mother's bed Tuesday doing homework when she was struck by a bullet and killed. Her mother injured in an apparent drive-by shooting not far from where Michael Brown was killed last year. And the search is now on for suspects.
We as a community have to come together to get this resolved, or we're going to lose more kids.
Ferguson Police Sergeant Dominica Fuller, though no protests over the murder of that little girl like the one this week after the shooting death of an 18-year-old in St. Louis, who police say pointed a gun at them. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. North and South Korea telling troops to prepare for battle after the North set a deadline tomorrow for the South to stop propaganda messages. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
63 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Two 13-year-old girls from a Milwaukee suburb scheduled for a brief court appearance today, entering pleas in a stabbing case related to that fictional horror character Slender Man. The teens are being tried as adults, and for the first time their faces may be photographed in court. Motorists can expect big delays this weekend, work continuing on the Circle interchange. We'll have details on how that's impacting already your morning commute with Jim Telemonti in a moment. Skokie Health Department confirming a human case of West Nile, the second in the state this summer, as health officials say a woman in the northern suburb was hospitalized recently with the virus. Closing arguments are scheduled in Michael Jordan's lawsuit over the now-defunct Dominic's grocery store chain's unauthorized use of his image in an ad. But those arguments were postponed until this morning. Lawyers and the judge met yesterday to go through jury instructions. Secretary of State Jesse White will be leaving office when his current term is up. A longtime official announcing yesterday he will not be seeking re-election for a sixth time. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. White Sox over the LA Angels 8-2. And we're watching the U.S. Amateur at Olympia Fields, where Arizona State senior John Rahm won 2 matches on Thursday. WNBA tonight, Washington will take on the Chicago Sky. 8:03 is our time. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here is Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, more bad economic news from China has pushed market futures lower. China's manufacturing contracted this month, now at its lowest in nearly 6.5 years. It's concern about a slowdown in global economic growth centered on China that sent stocks plummeting yesterday to their worst day since early last year. The Dow lost 358 points, the Nasdaq dropped 142, and the S&P closed down 44. U.S. Senators Richard Blumenthal and Ed Markey are calling on Takata to recall all of their airbags after an incident involving a side airbag in a Volkswagen Tiguan. This breaks from the pattern. Volkswagen had not recalled any cars because of Takata airbags, and the 17 million Takata recalls are for front airbags. As Takata sorts through these latest issues, it's losing a customer. Reuters reports Toyota will buy some 13 million airbags from a secondary parts maker. The estimated $100 million deal supplies Toyota through 2020. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Chris Honig.
It's 8:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten. But it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit. from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
8:06 is our time in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has stop-and-go traffic from Montrose to the Burn Circle. The ramp to eastbound Congress is closed. 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 32 from Montrose, 23 in the Express. Outbound 28 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's inbound, a little heavy approaching the junction. Outbound, there's a 6-minute delay Montrose to Dempster. Inbound, Ike crash reported near Austin now in the right lane. 48 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. Tonight, the inbound Ike closes at the Circle with traffic forced onto the Kennedy and Ryan. There'll be major work throughout the weekend around the Circle. Outbound Ike, looking at 36 minutes downtown to Thorndale. Stevenson, 47 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 38. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, very slow from before the Southwest Highway to the Hinsdale Oasis. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Other tollways have significant delays, too. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A full day of sunshine today with a high of 82, clear night, low 61. Then another full day of sunshine tomorrow with a high 83 and a clear night with a low 64. A shower or thunderstorm around for Sunday, high 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
58 degrees, partly cloudy skies at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and our special guest, Chicago Tribune Page 2 columnist John Cass, continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Obama had said in April, this deal is not based on trust. It's based on unprecedented verification. When you see this kind of naivete and this kind of capitulation, you have to say to yourself that administration orders were a deal no matter what. The idea that if you oppose this, you favor a war, I think is preposterous.
Do you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey, I don't regret
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term?
You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'll be serious.
You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it?
Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive.
I'll use the word anchor baby.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up? Dan Proft. And sitting in for Amy this morning is Chicago Tribune Page 2 columnist John Cass.
Word.
You're so down. You're so
It's so
straight.
like 80s, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I know.
I feel like ice cubes or iced tea.
Ice cubes?
Whatever. Ice cubes.
Iced tea? Iced tea.
50 Cent.
Ice cube.
50 Cent, I know
No,
that
that's
one. I saw the movie.
You're kind of
Southpaw.
You're kind of a vanilla ice. You remind me of a vanilla ice.
You started this thing with the soccer, and you're pushing it now with the vanilla ice. And pretty soon, you're going to drop Johnny Mathis, and then we're, or something.
Okay. All right. Well,
We're going to go.
Well, Trump is comfortable using the term anchor baby, and I'm comfortable using the term prison as it pertains to Hillary Clinton because she is going to need to open a campaign office in San Quentin to finish out this campaign, or at least she should have to. And joining us now to explain why that is a legitimate position, I hope, is Bill Gertz, who's the national security columnist for the Washington Times. Bill, thanks for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
So you wrote a piece answering the question that a lot of kind of reflexive Hillary supporters ask, well, what laws did she break? This is all just politics. Actually, you've got a couple of specific citations in terms of arguments that can be made that she is in violation of these federal statutes.
That's right. I did an interview with Chris Farrell. He's a chief investigator for Judicial Watch, which is one of the legal public interest groups that has been filing a lot of lawsuits under the Freedom of Information Act to try and get at some of these records and actually help spur the disclosure about this private email server. Chris said that basically there's two laws. One is kind of a minor mishandling of classified information. That's the one that was used to prosecute former CIA Director General David Petraeus, who pleaded guilty to providing classified information to his mistress. The second is a more serious kind of semi-espionage charge, which really has to do with the disclosure of classified information that could benefit a foreign power or damage the United States. So this is certainly close to a criminal probe. The FBI's got the server now, and they're looking closely to try and recover some of the 30,000 emails that were wiped clean from that.
Given the high level of security or top secret that she had on her email, how did they get from secure government locations, and this is the highest security we're talking about, where you can't have very well taken a thumb drive into these rooms, okay? And you can't take your own cell phone. You have to check your own cell phone before you get. How does it go from there to the secure system to Hillary's system with Mrs. Weiner or whatever,
Mrs. Carlos Danger,
Carlos Danger, and the other people? How does that happen physically?
It's basically they don't think that they actually stole classified documents. Really, what happens is people who are cleared, Clinton aides, probably Huma Abedin and Cheryl Mills and Jacob Fitzgerald, who was one of her top aides, they have authorized access. They go to a facility called a SCIF. They read the information and perhaps take notes, perhaps just from memory. And then, according to the investigators, they appear to have excerpted this classified information into these unclassified emails and then sent them on to Hillary Clinton. I think that's when the dust settles on all this. I think that's what it's going to show.
Isn't that criminal in and of itself?
Absolutely, yeah. You cannot transmit classified information over an unclassified network. I mean, this is one of the cardinal rules of people who are entrusted with access to classified information.
Yes. And as David French points out in National Review Online, ultimately this comes down to looking at the electronic record, the policies and practices of federal agencies, experts like yourself. This isn't, Hillary's talking points or what we're hearing from her flacks in the kind of the political context. It are those things and her credibility, kind of reasonable person as Secretary of State, with training, with an understanding of the sensitivity of classified information, state secrets. How can she be receiving this information, replying to this information on a iPad that didn't have the encryption software that the federal government would otherwise provide, and on her Hillary Clinton private email system? How could she do this and not reasonably understand that she was in violation of federal law?
Well, I think it's a matter of hubris. I mean, she's always been one that felt that the normal rules don't apply to her. One of the interesting facts that has come out in the investigation is that she established this unclassified, unofficial email service a week before she became Secretary of State. So this is something that she had in mind all along. This was not an afterthought like, it's too cumbersome to use the State Department email system. I'm going to do my own. So she had planned this in advance.
And there's also, a lot of open questions. Obviously, we've got, with 305 emails that could contain classified information at this stage in the review process. But there are other things that may be there. Maybe she was leveraging her public position for her private foundation. We don't know those things, but these are the kind of questions that should be asked and answered.
Absolutely. I think we need like a special prosecutor to look at this. The State Department hasn't been honest in dealing with it. The Justice Department, has been highly politicized under Obama. So it's hoped that and Congress hasn't really, been aggressive in pursuing these things. They really need a special prosecutor, in my view.
Given your career looking at intelligence, put us in the minds, if you would, of a foreign intelligence officer working in Washington or sending people to Colorado or wherever, and the analysts of that foreign government as you look at this woman, this Secretary of State, putting classified information and using a personal email for everything? What would you be thinking?
This is a gold mine. I had a State Department official tell me he expects at least 3 foreign governments were probably able to hack into that private email server and get everything on there. And we know that this Romanian hacker, whose name is Guccifer, he was able to get into emails of Sidney Blumenthal, one of Clinton's top aides. So the compromise could be great. And, of course, if it was the Russians and the Chinese, they know how to exploit that information.
That's the next step.
In particular.
That's the next step. How do you exploit it?
Well, you can use it for blackmail purposes. You can use it to provide disinformation. You can use it just to find out secrets about what the United States is doing or planning to do.
You can use it to find out Chris Stevens may be leaving soon, so it's time to attack the compound.
Sure, there's a range of, like I say, a range of activities, and a national intelligence service like the Chinese or the Russians could really find this a gold mine.
Plus, even more subtle things like how does someone think? Who's involved in meetings? Who are the real people that we have to target? Things that an intelligence agent, foreign office would, or the United States, if we were in the other shoes, would, if I were running it, would be, directed toward.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is, like I say, we're still in the early stages of this, but and the former secretary, presidential candidate Clinton, she's changed her story several times. First, she said there was no classified information. She didn't do anything wrong. Now it's clear that was not true, that she lied. And now the FBI's come in, and they're on the verge of launching a criminal investigation.
So the question at this stage, even this early stage, as you suggest, is if this is going in the direction it seems to be going, where there's little reasonable doubt that she violated federal law, the question becomes, does she have enough political power to prevent a prosecution? And so from your kind of inside knowledge and expertise, how politicized is the intelligence community, is the FBI, where they, despite nobody rallying to her defense from those communities, would they really be complicit in taking a pass on her because of the political power that her family possesses?
Very possible. Things have been highly politicized. On the opposite side of that, we're in the post-WikiLeaks, post-Edward Snowden massive leak of classified information era, which has made that particular area very difficult to politicize. So there's a strong feeling within the intelligence and security community that you cannot overlook violations of security rules and laws.
All right. Bill Gertz, national security columnist for the Washington Times. Thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for Chicagoland today. Abundant sunshine, pleasant and warmer. High 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. This weekend, high 83, low 64. Saturday, high 78 with possible thunderstorm and low 57 on Sunday. And now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan. Inbound Kennedy, it's stop and go from Montrose to the Burns Circle. It's 43 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Express lanes will save you 7 or 8. The ramp to eastbound Congress is closed till August 31st. More closures at the Burns Circle kick in tonight. The outbound Kennedy is just 28 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Eden's inbound, a little slowing approaching the junction. Outbound, it's a 5 or 6 minute delay from Montrose to Dempster. Inbound Eisenhower, 46 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, 36. Stevenson, 47 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. It's still Harlem to Kedzie. Outbound clearing up nicely. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State, it's improving. It's slow from the Stevenson to 31st. Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. And from the Adams Tollway to Toohey with a crash on the right side. Adams Tollway stop and go, 31 to 59. Higgins to Barrington. And from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Westbound, it's slow from the Oasis to Elmhurst Road. There's a stall in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
There are two types of water heaters, thankless and tankless. The thankless kind work like this.
Mom, I'm throwing in a load of laundry.
Whoa, hold off on that. I'm hopping in the shower.
Is this a good time to turn on the dishwasher?
This is not a good time to turn on the dishwasher.
Renai's tankless water heaters, on the other hand, work this way.
I'm throwing in a load of laundry.
No problem. I'm hopping in the shower.
Renai's innovative tankless water heaters provide an endless supply of hot water whenever you need it, even for multiple tasks at the same time. Plus, they feature a space-saving design and ultra-efficient performance for monthly energy savings. So enjoy hot water that's always ready when you are.
Is this a good time to turn on the dishwasher?
Go for it.
And never discourage your children from washing dishes again. Renai tankless water heaters, the hot way to heat water. Learn more about Renai's industry-leading products at www.renai.us. That's RINNAI.us.
At lifequotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At lifequotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit lifequotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. Lifequotes.com or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-573-2467. That's 1-800-573-2467. 1-800-573-2467. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Prof, John Casson for Amy this morning. And John, let me tell you two stories that explain the appeal of Donald Trump and other immigration hardliners. Mexico-Canada refused to follow prison transfer treaty. Treaty nations refused to take 959 transfer-approved foreign inmates from the United States between 2011 and 2013, costing U.S. taxpayers $26 million. Now, I understand $26 million in the context of a $4 trillion budget.
They wouldn't take them?
Yeah, not a big number, but it's the principle. Federal inmates from the 97 treaty nations number roughly 43,000 in this country and account for 1 in 5 federal prisoners, according to the Department of Justice Inspector General's office, and that number's on the rise.
Mm-hmm. That's an outrage.
Right. So they're not taking these treaty countries, we have a treaty to take back your convicted felons.
You're breaking it.
And they're not taking them, and so we're not seemingly doing anything about it. Department of Justice approved Mexican inmates eligible for repatriation to their country make up 54% of the DOJ approved population, costing U.S. $7 million a year. DOJ approved inmates from Honduras make up 16% of the approved population, costing U.S. $2 million a year. DOJ approved inmates from Canada make up 7% of that approved population, costing U.S. $900,000 a year. 43,000 convicted felons that are from other countries that are in federal prison right now, $26 million bucks just in the last 2 years, giving you some examples. It's not just about Mexico. It's not even just about Central and South America. It's Canada, too. So it's the principle of the matter. This is why people have a hard time believing politicians are serious about rethinking immigration policy, because we can't even get rid of convicted felons that taxpayers are being forced to finance despite having a treaty in force with 97 other countries, including the countries that have foreign nationals here.
But we do tend to lose people who commit crimes, and then they come back and commit more.
Correct.
And shoot innocents, drive over them when they're drunk, et cetera, et cetera.
And this is the same federal government, by the way, that's going to make sure those Iranian nuclear inspections occur. Now, you've heard that story. Now juxtapose it to this one. Mexico hands out free TVs to the poor in massive giveaway. Moving from analog to digital, something we did about 6-7 years ago, the Mexican government is doing now. $1.6 billion program to push to convert the nation from analog television to a digital format. And one of the ways it's doing that is by handing out flat screen televisions, the world's biggest distribution of free flat screen televisions, each costing about $145 with when decoder boxes that allow each costing about $145 where decoder boxes would cost about $40, but why not go the full Monty?
That's why they need our foreign aid to buy TVs for
4.6 million televisions that require operation that requires fleets of trucks to deliver these sets, masses of workers to check documents, take fingerprints, scan the barcodes, ensure that each family gets a free digital TV from the Mexican government.
Are those TVs made in the United States? Are they driven down there by trucks, United States truckers? No? Oh, really? How's this one?
You see how people are a little bit tired of what they're getting from ruling class politicians in Washington, D.C.
Our leaders are stupid. Trust me, they're going to pay for it.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Steve DeJohn with the DeJohn Advisory Team, and if you have an IRA, 401k, brokerage accounts, CDs, or any retirement money, please call 866-515-6669 to get your free Paycheck for Life quote. You will be amazed on how much money you can get annually for the rest of your life. Here's what we just did for a 54-year-old client who had a $500,000 401k rollover. He received over $66,000 in free bonus money added to his original $500,000 401k. In addition, at age 70, he will receive over $79,000 every year for as long as he is alive. Visit yourretirementcheck.com or call 866-515-6669 to get your free DVD. This DVD has many other examples for you to look at. Call 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669 or visit yourretirementcheck.com.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on CertaPro's painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for fall football and entertaining. And now is also the perfect time to get the exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint on your home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. They bring expertise, security, and quality to ensure your complete satisfaction for a job you can count on and be proud of and want to show off. Let CertaPro's color specialists help make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters come, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up. And when they finish painting, they move everything back so quiet, they wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com. That's CertaPro.com, Certa with a C, or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Prof, John Cass, coming up. Trump and Jeb respond to the use of the term anchor baby, and Trump also talks about immigration close to home, the emigration of his wife, Melania. We'll have that at 8:38 after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sunshine out there, 62 degrees. Firefighting experts from Australia and New Zealand are flying into the United States this morning. They're trying to help with the extinguishing of flames in western states. Those specialists arriving in Boise, Idaho, and will be assigned to fires in California and Washington. This help comes as officials warn they do not have enough resources to keep up, including with firefighters who have been injured. One remains in critical condition this morning.
He has about over half to up to two-thirds of his body as burned. And we think of burns in degrees, and he has mostly what we call third degree.
Dr. Tam Phan says doctors at Seattle's Harborview Hospital are hopeful for Daniel Lyon's recovery. Thailand's prime minister says his government has accepted an offer from the U.S. for facial recognition technology. It's all part of the investigation into Monday's bomb attack that killed 20. U.S. auto safety regulators are investigating reports that airbags on older Honda Accords may not inflate in a crash. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it's looking at some 384,000 cars from the 2008 model year. The Associated Press has learned that among the millions outed by the recent release of hacked records of Lee Ashley Madison cheating website are government employees with sensitive jobs, including 2 assistant U.S. attorneys and an information technology administrator in the White House support staff. Motorists can expect big delays this weekend with work continuing, big work on the Circle interchange. A push to remove College of DuPage President Robert Bruder and take back much of his $763,000 buyout agreement began last night, with COD trustees voting to begin termination proceedings. In closing arguments in Michael Jordan's lawsuit over Dominic's grocery store's unauthorized use of his image were postponed until this morning. Cubs over Atlanta 7-1. Home runs for Rizzo and Russell. White Sox over the Angels 8-2. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Many rose up with violence. He sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 8:33 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher urges the president to help with relationships between citizens and police.
I do know that once again, we have an individual not doing what the police officer tells them to do. Hey, Mr. Obama, will you just once use your bully pulpit and remind citizens to do what the police tell you to do? Just once? Because maybe you'll save a bunch of lives.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Cricket, Metro PCS, or T-Mobile customers. For a limited time, slash your payment in half when you switch to Boost Mobile. With Cricket, Metro, or T-Mobile, you'll pay $40 a month for a plan. But with Boost, you'll pay half that on a monthly service plan. That's just $20 a month for 12 months, plus you get 2.5 gigs of high-speed data to go with it. Hurry into your local Boost Mobile store today for details, and check out the lineup of the latest Samsung Galaxy phones. Offer valid until 9/30/15. Requires valid in-store port from select Cricket, Metro PCS, or T-Mobile wireless plan to eligible Boost monthly plan at participating indirect dealers. Excludes BoostMobile.com and national retailers. Not all competitor plans will have equivalent Boost plan, and certain competitor plan services may not be included. After 12 months, promotional plan expires, and plan automatically changes to higher price equivalent plan. Not combinable with certain other promotions. State and local sales taxes or fees may apply when adding funds. Coverage and offers not available everywhere. Boost reserves a right to modify, extend, or cancel offer at any time. Prohibited use, rules, and other restrictions apply. See participating dealer for complete details. Cricket is a registered trademark of Cricket Communications Incorporated. Metro PCS is a registered trademark of T-Mobile USA Incorporated, DBA Metro PCS. T-Mobile is a trademark of Deutsche Telekom AG.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
paid non-attorney spokesperson. Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas, is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisement. Services may not be available in all states. Attention Xarelto users. If you or a loved one took Xarelto and suffered a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Xarelto is a popular prescription blood thinner used to prevent blood clots, but doctors have discovered they're unable to reverse or control serious side effects, such as internal bleeding caused by Xarelto. These serious bleeding events have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. If you or a loved one was hospitalized for any form of internal bleeding or stroke after taking Xarelto, you may be entitled to a cash award and substantial financial compensation. There's limited time to file a claim, so call 800-714-0385 now. Call 800-714-0385. Phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-714-0385. That's 800-714-0385. Again, 800-714-0385.
It's 8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Kennedy. Stop and go Montrose to the Burns Circle, where the ramp to eastbound Congress is closed until the end of the month. It's 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 26 for Montrose, 23 in the Express. The inbound Ike closes at the Circle tonight. More closures kick in over the weekend. Prepare ahead. We'll keep you posted here on AM 560. Outbound Kennedy, just a 6-minute delay central to Sayre. Edens, inbound a little heavy at the junction. Outbound, there's a 2-minute delay from Toohey to Dempster. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 34. Stevenson, 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's now fine. Bryan, 26 minutes, 95th to the Loop. On the eastbound Adams Tollway, it's slow Higgins to Barrington and Toohey to Lee. Westbound, slow from Lee to Elmhurst Road after an earlier stall. No delays to report in northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunshine, pleasant and a warm day ahead, 82 for a high temp, clear and 61 overnight, 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Fan Prop John Cass.
Hey.
Whose responses do you like in immigration? Jeb's, Hillary's, Sideshow Donald's? 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Let's start with Trump in a sit-down with Chris Cuomo, CNN. Chris Cuomo is the anchor on CNN who doesn't know where babies come from, but I digress. He was asked by Cuomo about Melania support, his wife's support, his wife number 3, 4. She is a model originally from Slovenia. She emigrated legally to this country, and Chris Cuomo asked, well, does your wife support your policies? Is she going to be out there campaigning for you?
One other thing about her. When you married her, everybody says the marriage is great. You're a testament to, one of the marriages that seems to be working these days. When you got married, she became a citizen. She was here working legally. Right. She ever get mad at you about how you talk about immigrants and say, hey, I came over here on a visa. Now you want to get rid of people's visas?
She agrees with me because she went through a long process to become a citizen. It was very tough.
Oh.
And she went through a long process to become a citizen of this country. And she thinks it's a wonderful process to go through. And when she got it, she was very proud of it. Mm-hmm. She came from Europe, and she was very, very proud of it. And she thinks it's a beautiful process when it works. Now, we can expedite. One of the things I really want to do, I want to take in really talented people, too. In Silicon Valley, they can't get talent. I mean, no matter what you do, you can't get talent. And so I want to take in people from Europe, from Asia, from all over the world that have talent. If you graduate number 1 in your class from Harvard or the Wharton School of Finance or Yale, and you're from another country, they throw you out of the country. You can't come back in. I don't want to do that. I want to keep these really talented people. Let them go to Silicon Valley. All over the place, because that's what we need. And I want people to come into the country, but I want them to come in legally.
Does he just make this stuff up?
A lot of it, yes. A lot of it he does.
No, I like his idea of the wall. I want a wall between Mexico and the United States. I want it made of ice. I want it several hundred feet high.
Winter is coming.
Because winter is coming. Right. Game of Thrones style. And we'll all wear black, crow outfits.
But they're going to have
Guard
to just remember to make sure you chip the name Trump into that wall. The most anticlimactic statement that has been made all week is the idea that Trump's name would be on that wall. Of course his name would be on that wall, but it's the only reason he's building it is to put his name on the wall. But to other matters of political correctness, this is where Trump shines. I've got to say, this is where he shines. I'm not a particular fan, as I've made clear on this show, but you compare and contrast the response to the same question, the same pushback from the Washington press corps on using the term anchor baby from Donald Trump versus Jeb Bush. We'll start with the Donald in his exchange with ABC reporter Tom Lamas.
We asked Trump about a phrase he's using more and more, anchor babies, to describe children of undocumented immigrants born in the U.S. Trump says the parents have the child, so they're not deported.
That's an offensive term. People find that hurtful.
You mean it's not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it?
Look it up in the dictionary. It's offensive.
I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby.
That's an
offensive term. That's an offensive name.
Right.
Come on, man. Grow a pair.
Yeah.
What does he do? I mean, why do reporters talk like that?
Because they're bedwetters. That's why they talk
They're
like that.
They're not bedwetters,
and you have
little TV. You know what that guy is? He's not a reporter. He's talent. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
You mean Trump paid him to ask that question like he paid all those actors to stand in at his announcement?
Isn't that what they say in the broadcast game? They say the talent will be right here to ask you the question.
I get it.
I don't need your talents. Your special talent.
But now, see how Jeb Bush responded to the talent on the same issue.
Do you regret using the term anchor babies yesterday on the radio?
No, I didn't.
Hey,
I don't regret it.
You don't regret it?
No, do you have a better term?
I'm not. I'm asking you.
Okay. You give me a better term and I'll use it. I'm serious.
Governor.
Don't yell at me behind my ear, though.
Sorry about that. Is that not bombastic language, anchor baby? Is that not bombastic?
No, it isn't. Give me another word.
The children of undocumented immigrants in the U.S.
That's like a 7. That's not another word. That's a 7.
A hard no question.
Here's the deal. What I said was it's commonly referred to that. That's what I said. I didn't use it as my own language. What we ought to do
That's where
the 14th. You want to get to the policy for a second? I think that people born in this country ought to be American citizens.
So
he was okay, kind of wimpy, kind of gentlemanly, and then he did that's not my language.
Somebody else says, hey, do you regret it? No, I don't regret it. Then it's give me another term. Then it's somebody else's language. I mean, the anchor baby is a description of what happens. It is race neutral, ethnicity neutral, as we have talked about extensively. It is common usage, and it takes 10 seconds to dismiss the silliness of that, as Donald Trump did.
Mr. Lamas was offended. He said that many people find this offensive. And isn't that the job of the modern journalist, speaking in a higher octave, to basically, police that which is offensive?
Mm-hmm. And
like nuclear weapons in Iran or something.
Or Oak Park. Here's the issue. If Jeb wants to get to the policy, he should get to the policy, and he wants to disagree about birthright citizenship, he can. Trump needs to do the same thing and address some of the arguments of the left that they get away with, which don't hold up under scrutiny. For example, and I'm fairly pro-legal immigration. For example, the idea that if people have nowhere else to go, or if people are in a country that is beset with problems, they want to come here, that they just come here however they come here and they stay here as long as they want to stay here. Well, do we really have the capacity to just kind of open the border while at the same time providing all of the benefits that accrue to U.S. citizens to anybody the world over who wants to come?
Why are we even given why are we giving benefits like welfare and so forth to anyone who comes to this country illegally?
Well, see, to me,
how does that work?
I
pay for it.
Well, this is the way to expedite. This is a way to expedite the process, as Trump said he wants to, and also to make sure, in a way, because you're changing the incentives, in a way to make sure people are coming here from regardless of where they come to work and improve their lives and contribute to society. In so doing, if you waive off welfare state benefits, you're telling us you're here to work and build a better life for yourself. That's why you left Syria or Mexico
or Greece,
Central America
like my father,
or Greece.
After fighting the communists, coming here, fighting the communists, fighting the Nazis, coming here, and then taking an oath saying he would pick up a rifle and fight for the United States against his former country. Those are real words that people used to say. They don't say them now. Now it's give me my link card and shut up and tell me where the precinct captain is so I can vote.
And by the way, the U.S. is not the only country facing this issue. Berlin said it expects to receive a record 800,000 asylum seekers this year, more than the entire EU combined in 2014, partly because the West has been leading from behind. Germany also complicit in that. The laying bare the scale of the biggest refugee crisis to face the continent of Europe since the Second World War.
Is what?
Is the
Germans?
Asylum seekers.
That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's totally.
What are you talking about?
The Germans and the rest of the EU have allowed refugees to wash up on the southern Mediterranean shores, Italy and Greece, particularly Greece, from everywhere, without doing a damn thing about it. And then they make comments and mocking comments about a country that's running out of money. That now they've imported cheap Turkish labor and treated the Turks like crap in Germany for years, and now they don't like it. Too bad.
Oh, there's this backlash that's coming. Authorities in Hungary said this week they're going to dispatch thousands of border hunters to arrest migrants entering the country from Serbia. The largest
border hunters.
Yeah, well,
like on horseback.
Well, the largest refugee crisis to face the European continent since the Second World War. Jane in Burr Ridge, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, I just want to say about these anchor babies. I haven't heard you talk about the Chinese birthing houses in California, but they have these birthing houses set up, and wealthy, well-connected Chinese women fly over here just before they're 7 months pregnant, and they live in these houses until they give birth. The child's born here with proper documentation, all of that, and then they go back to the motherland. Can you think of a better way to seed a future sleeper spy program or insurrection against us? I can't. But these babies will have full citizenship, and they've been born just for that purpose.
Thanks for the call, Jane.
Not my America, Jane.
I don't know about.
I get rid of dual citizenship, and when John Cass is king, no dual citizenship. You want to be an American citizen? Fine. You're not another citizen.
Well, yeah, I don't know. They're all Manchurian candidates. I think it's to access freedom, to access a free society, as opposed to one run by a handful of communist dictators. Steve in Indianapolis, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I find that today's media, the investigative reporters, which I find offensive, they're not the unbiased truth seekers that they used to be or should be, in order that they get to us the questions that should be asked and the answers we should be trying to hear. They're instead people with a bias who are pushing an agenda. So quite frankly, I find reporter an offensive term, and I think we should find a new word for them. And
I think you should start.
Thanks for the call, Steve.
I understand your comment, given Lamas is whining like a little baby. But I think you should reconsider, because there's a difference between TV broadcast personalities and reporters. I'm just making that statement.
Yeah, but it is worth.
Oh, come on!
It is worth noting that the Gang of 500, the Washington Press Corps, Gang of 500, as Mark Halpern called, 72 to 2012, 40 years, 84 to 92% vote for the Democrat candidate for president. So don't tell me they're not coming to the table with a bias and a worldview. And everybody does. Everybody does.
But I don't know who.
Admit it.
I don't know who reported on Bill Clinton's sex scandals. Only Republicans?
No, of course not.
Okay, so who? There are the difference between newspaper reporters, I'd say in general, and good journalists, and there are talent and hair boys and people who put lipstick and makeup on so they could ask a politician a question.
All right, but enough.
That's two different things.
Enough about me. Dave on 294, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I've got something that John Cass might find especially good. I've got a real quote for you, John. This is from Charles de Gaulle. I think it fits very well for the non-returning of the felons from other countries by treaty and the Iranian deal, which I guess isn't a treaty. Charles de Gaulle said, treaties are like young girls and roses. They last while they laugh.
Okay. Charles de Gaulle actually say that, because I saw that movie Day of the Jackal, and he never said that in that movie.
Sean from Elmwood Park.
My favorite part is when Jeb Bush says,
Tell me what you want me to say, and I'll say it. I mean it, which is really the tagline of the Republican Party. But I want to ask you guys a question. I'm serious. I don't want to just go on a rant. I want to ask you a question.
All right.
You got Jeb Bush, right, who was a consultant to both Lehman Brothers and Barclays at the same time in the amount of $3.3 million a year. You've got John Kasich, who said he learned about business for his 7 years at Lehman Brothers prior to the implosion. You've got Chris Christie, who has chased out more businesses out of New Jersey than almost the Cook County Commission has out of Cook County. He's been downgraded 9 times. You got Marco Rubio, who is nothing more than a Bush pup. If it wasn't for the Bush family, he'd be outside a Miami courthouse with a sign around his neck saying, "I do bilingual DUIs." Why isn't this the sideshow? And why aren't they the clowns? I don't understand the contempt for a guy who, by the way, Jeb Bush said, if you look at Trump's record, you'll see he's really not a conservative. He doesn't have a record. He's a businessman, moron.
All right, Sean, and you do understand why Trump is a sideshow.
I apologize when I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today's forecast for Chicagoland: sunshine, pleasant, warmer, high 82. Tonight, clear, low 61. Now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan and John. The Edens is now clear. It's delay-free both directions. Inbound Kennedy, slow Montrose to the Burn Circle, where the ramp to eastbound Congress is closed until the end of the month. 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 26 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 23 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 25 from Manheim. The inbound Ike closes at the Circle tonight. More closures kick in tomorrow. Keep you posted on all the potential traffic woes here on AM 560. The Stevenson now looking at just 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound heavy Belmont to Fullerton, northbound stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas. That's online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are the conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can check out an extended interview I did with Chicago Tribune columnist John Cass this week. Each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
It's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Escape to Wisconsin with an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies, yours for only $79, valued at $169. Need to stay closer at home but want to laugh out loud? Well, be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44 a pair, only $22 at CRD. Be sure to get your car ready for that special night out with a new deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, an $18 deal, only $10 at CRD. Make a date night and take advantage of all the entertainment deals waiting for you only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
I cherish women.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis. You're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. And don't let me forget to mention our GIA and EGL diamonds at amazing internet prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
If you're looking for quality, affordable preschool services, consider Christian Liberty Academy in Arlington Heights, Illinois. They offer comprehensive programs for 3-year-olds with flexible scheduling options for parents that include full or half-day alternatives. Each child receives structured activities in a safe and nurturing environment that promotes their academic, social, and spiritual growth. Hands-on projects and art activities are also provided to help youngsters develop their God-given creativity. Preschool students also receive a great deal of individualized instruction in the basics of reading readiness and the fundamentals of arithmetic. For more information or to schedule a tour of the Christian Liberty preschool facilities, call 847-385-2081 or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper preschool for your child. The summer is slipping away and the preschool programs at Christian Liberty are filling up fast. So contact them today and give your child a great foundation for learning and for life. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
Hey guys, if you're into fantasy football, you've got to check out FanDuel.com. At FanDuel, you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues for real money with immediate cash payouts. You only play when you want, and you can change your team any week. FanDuel is paying out over $75 million a week this season. Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com and enter the promo code FF1000. That's FanDuel.com. Promo code FF1000.
Text from 847, if they're coming to America to get away from a country run by a handful of dictators, boy, will they be surprised when they get to Madagascar. Make sure to read John Cass's column in today's Tribune on the Con of Illinois. John Cass, thanks for joining us the last 2 days.
Thanks, Dan. It's been fun.
Been a lot of fun. Have a great weekend. Now let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, the Dow down this morning, but not collapsing. We'll have details on that from Fox and firefighting experts flying in from around the world to help with the western wildfires. Outside, we have sunshine. WIND Chicago News Time on this Friday is 9 o'clock.
Fox
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Wall Street picks up where it left off. The Dow down 150 at the opening bell, extending.
We're going to talk to Matt Murphy about fundraising for Democrats.
You're Marcus. I am, yeah. Hey, John. Hey, John. Do you have a few minutes? Yeah, we'll talk afterwards. Absolutely. Get all our tech specs. Absolutely. Yep. Cool. And I just need the audio from four. Yeah, I'll pull the. When you're ready. Yeah, I'll pull it around for you. Cool. I've got an XLR I can run out. Okay. Maybe there's one over there somewhere. Yeah, there's one right there.
Hey, Caesar. Is he in there or no?
He ran down the hall. I think he went to the bathroom real quick. He'll be right back.
Okay. Do you have the hard copies of the stories that are linked here, or no? Hey, Caesar.
Yep.
Do you saw the email I sent you with this?
Yeah.
Can you print the links, the stories that are linked here on in this pages? Thanks.
Here's your audio feed right here. Oh, excellent.
Hey, Dan, how many copies of each story do you need? Just one for you or a couple?
Just one.
So we've got another interview set for Monday, and I guess what we'll do is think about like getting them cut Monday as much as possible,
Okay.
and then we can get them up by Wednesday.
Yeah.
And just have it kind of Wednesday
That'd be perfect.
as the
Yeah.
weekly installment.
Okay. That should work. Same location, same kind of a thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
I love that.
I like it too.
That
I
looks
think-
so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. And then with the two cameras to get the two shots, I
Yeah.
think it comes across well.
We're actually going with 3 cameras now.
Oh, okay.
So we get similar pattern to what we're doing with the talk show, and sort of felt a little claustrophobic from an aesthetic point of view.
Oh, for this one.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about
You
Skyline.
never went Skyline.
Oh, Skyline? Yeah, we're doing Skyline the same way we're doing it. Yeah, we're doing this one the same way we're doing Skyline. It's okay.
Who are you doing next one with?
Michael Golden, who Democrat, he wrote a book called Unlock Congress. Want to kind of mix it up. So some authors, different opinion leaders, get some Democrats, liberals on. Sure. To go back and forth a little bit.
Can I roll this chair a little bit further closer to that post? Okay. That's good. Got a cable in. Hey Marcus, is it possible to push these 2 microphones on the end as low as possible? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. We have our guests standing here.
By the over here.
Okay. If we have them tucked all the way over in the back corner, I get a really distracting background. Is there? You can put them wherever you want them. Just let me know, and we can arrange the mics to make it work for you. I would prefer, yeah. Okay. If we could have them in the middle. Like right where Joe's standing. Where Joe is standing. Okay. I can move over there. That would give us a terrific shot and give us, because at that point, the background on Dan is the AM 560 logo. That I like.
Okay.
So. Oh yeah. That's perfect. Okay. Should be on there.
Hey, can we try and go back to Delayden to try and get him next week? He's now facing civil RICO suits.
Okay.
So it'd be interesting to talk to him about that.